Chapter 63. In the courtyard in front of the Chu clan's main hall, many people were gathered in circles. In the middle there was an empty space. Chu Tian's expression was solemn as he held the 100 refinements sword in front of him like a towering mountain. As for Wang Qi, a strong wind blew from his body, causing his black hair and clothes to flutter. His aura was astonishing, and the 100 refinements sword in his hand was flowing with a swift and fierce wind. Sword Art of Gale. Chu Xingkong and Lin Feihu frowned. They vaguely felt that they had heard of this secret technique before. Only Wang Ricken had a "I know everything" smile on his face. I remember now. Suddenly, Lin Feihu clapped his hands and said, "Sword Art of Gale is a mid-level secret technique. After using it, it can increase the speed of the sword by 10% and increase the speed of the movement technique." What? Increase the speed of the sword by 10%? Everyone was shocked when they heard it. No matter how they looked at it, 10% of the speed of the sword was nothing. But the real effect was obvious. If two swordsmen with similar cultivation and sword techniques had this 10% increase, they would be able to determine life and death faster. Increase the speed of the sword by 10%. Chu Mu thought. Different swordsmen had different sword speeds. If 10% was used on swordsmen who were slow, the increase would not be obvious. But for swordsmen who were fast, a 10% increase would be obvious. For example, if he could increase the speed of the sword by 10%, his overall strength would increase by 10% to 20%. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Wang Qi waved the 100 refined sword casually. Strong wind flowed and the air rippled. What arrogant words! Chu Tian shouted. He held the sword with both hands and raised it up. He slashed with a powerful force, as if he was going to split a mountain. A hint of disdain flashed across Wang Qi's face. His sword was like the wind, and countless sword shadows appeared. It could be seen that they were even faster and denser than before. Ding, ding. Ding sounds rang out as sword after sword hit Chu Tian's sword. Chu Tian's sword was deflected to the side, and then sword after sword pierced towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly used his sword form. Taking advantage of the momentum, he drew a circle from bottom to top and blocked Wang Qi's sword. With a counterattack, Wang Qi's figure danced, creating several overlapping shadows. Dozens of sword shadows attacked Chu Tian from the left, middle, and right did I end the courtyard in front of the Chu clan's main hall. Many people were gathered in circles. In the middle, there was an empty space. Chu Tian's expression was solemn as he held the 100 refinements sword in front of him like a towering mountain. As for Wang Qi, a strong wind blew from his body, causing his black hair and clothes to flutter. His aura was astonishing, and the 100 refinements sword in his hand was flowing with a swift and fierce wind. Sword Art of Gale. Chu Xingkong and Lin Feihu frowned. They vaguely felt that they had heard of this secret technique before. Only Wang Ricken had a "I know everything" smile on his face. I remember now. Suddenly, Lin Feihu clapped his hands and said, "Sword Art of Gale is a mid-level secret technique. After using it, it can increase the speed of the sword by 10% and increase the speed of the movement technique." What? Increase the speed of the sword by 10%? Everyone was shocked when they heard it. No matter how they looked at it, 10% of the speed of the sword was nothing. But the real effect was obvious. If two swordsmen with similar cultivation and sword techniques had this 10% increase, they would be able to determine life and death faster. Increase the speed of the sword by 10%. Chu Mu thought. Different swordsmen had different sword speeds. If 10% was used on swordsmen who were slow, the increase would not be obvious. But for swordsmen who were fast, a 10% increase would be obvious. For example, if he could increase the speed of the sword by 10%, his overall strength would increase by 10% to 20%. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Wang Qi waved the 100 refined sword casually. Strong wind flowed, and the air rippled. What arrogant words! Chu Tian shouted. He held the sword with both hands and raised it up. He slashed with a powerful force, as if he was going to split a mountain. A hint of disdain flashed across Wang Qi's face. His sword was like the wind, and countless sword shadows appeared. It could be seen that they were even faster and denser than before. Ding, ding. Ding sounds rang out as sword after sword hit Chu Tian's sword. Chu Tian's sword was deflected to the side, and then sword after sword pierced towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly used his sword form. Taking advantage of the momentum, he drew a circle from bottom to top and blocked Wang Qi's sword. With a counterattack, Wang Qi's figure danced, creating several overlapping shadows. Dozens of sword shadows attacked Chu Tian from the left, middle, and right. Chu Tian was flustered for a moment as he repeatedly waved his sword to block, falling into a passive position. Hurry up and swing your sword. Chu Hong, who was in the crowd, was secretly anxious. Too slow. Everyone could see that, in terms of sword arts, Chu Tian was not inferior to Wang Qi. At the very least, the two of them would have to exchange hundreds or thousands of moves to determine the winner. However, after using the sword art of Gale, Wang Qi's sword attack speed was even faster, and he could move it freely. He was much faster than Chu Tian. In just a few short swords, Chu Tian was at a disadvantage. Clenching his teeth, Chu Tian gripped his sword with both hands and swung it horizontally. His movements were bold and powerful, and he actually forced Wang Qi to retreat. Good, defeat him, brother Chu Tian. Send him flying. We'll let you know the power of our Chu family's disciples. The Chu family's disciples all clenched their fists and shouted. However, Chu Mu and a few others could see that Chu Tian's defeat was only a matter of time. Defeat me? You're dreaming. Lose for me. Wang Qi sneered. He took a step forward and dodged Chu Tian's sword as if he was riding the wind. He appeared beside Chu Tian, and the sword light swept out. The sword shadows were everywhere, directly submerging Chu Tian. Defeated, Chu Mu thought. Sure enough, after the sword shadows disappeared, Wang Qi's sword was placed on Chu Tian's neck. Chu Tian's expression changed, and in the end he said with disappointment, "You win." Wang Qi had a complacent smile on his face. He withdrew his sword and stopped the sword art of Gale. He looked at Chu Mu's disciples and said, "Who else wants to spar with me? Chu Tian can't be the only disciple of the Chu family, right?" Chu Mu's disciples were angry, but they didn't dare to stand out. Their cultivation was too low, and they had seen Wang Qi's strength. They knew that they were no match for him. So although they were angry, they didn't dare to stand out and embarrass themselves. Wang Ricken, today is my father's birthday. You guys should stop messing around. Chu Xingkong frowned and said, "Messing around? Brother Chu, what you said is wrong. This is only a competition between the younger generation of the Wang family and the Chu family. At the same time, this is also a birthday gift from me to old Master Chu. Does Brother Chu think that this gift is not enough?" Wang Ricken pretended to be confused and said, "Ha, nephew, you're too kind. This is the most special gift I've ever received. I'll gladly accept it." Suddenly, an old but vigorous laughter came from the hall. Everyone hurriedly turned to look and saw a tall and sturdy old man with broad shoulders striding over. This old man had white hair on his temples and a red glow on his face. His qi and blood were vigorous. He walked like a dragon or a tiger. There was a kind of shocking majesty between his eyebrows. He was like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountains. "Old Master Chu." Many people quickly greeted him with a junior's sword salute. They were very respectful. The old master of the Chu family, Chu Dongxiong. In the past, he was incomparably mighty and arrogant. He was called the fierce tiger of the Chu family. In Kaiyang City, everyone had to treat him with respect. "Greetings, old Master Chu. Lin Feihu quickly greeted him with a junior's sword salute. Even if Wang Ricken came to provoke him, when he saw Chu Dongxiong, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across his face. He also greeted him with a junior's sword salute. Yes, I'm very grateful for everyone's arrival, Chu Dongxiong said. Immediately after, he looked at Wang Qi. That restrained light made Wang Qi's expression change. He felt uncomfortable all over his body. Not bad. You are indeed a dragon among men. The Wang family has a successor. My Chu family's children should not be looked down upon. Feel free to fight. Victory and defeat are common for swordsmen. If you lose, it is not shameful. Chu Mu secretly cheered. This old Master Chu was indeed extraordinary. The moment he appeared, his aura was astonishing. With a single sentence, he also resolved the awkwardness of Chu Tian's defeat, dispelling the doubts and fear in the hearts of the Chu family's disciples. Let me. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Chu Hong walked out with large strides. She glanced at Chu Tian and then looked at Wang Qi. Chu family's Chu Hong, early 9th level sword Qi realm. I will fight you. I will let you know that my Chu family does not only have Chu Tian. Chu Hong thought so. With a single glance, she could tell that Wang Qi's sword skills were based on speed. Moreover, his sword skills were unconventional. On the other hand, Chu Tian's sword skills were open and straightforward. The two were completely different. Chu Hong's own sword skills were based on strangeness and variability. She believed that if she displayed it, she would be able to defeat Wang Qi. Sister Chu Hong, you can do it. Sister Chu Hong, show your might and defeat him. Let him know how powerful you are. Chu Hong was also very popular in the Chu family. She was beautiful, talented, and had a high cultivation level. Her sword skills were exquisite. Oh, you're not bad looking. I wonder how your sword skills are. Wang Qi said frivolously. He even whistled, infuriating Chu Hong. The Chu family's disciples were also enraged. Shortly after, Wang Qi displayed the Gale sword arts again. A strong wind blew. Have a taste of my 100 Flowers sword arts. Chu Hong shouted. She had joined the 100 Flowers sword sect. Once she attacked, the crowd seemed to see flowers appear one after another. Interesting. I hope you can exchange a few more moves with me, Wang Qi said arrogantly. He then attacked with his sword. His sword was faster and from a more tricky angle. He broke a flower with a single attack and then stabbed towards Chu Hong. What a fast sword! Chu Hong was shocked. When she was watching, she felt that Chu Tian's reaction was too slow. She was secretly anxious. She wanted nothing more than to kick Chu Tian away and replace him with her. But when she experienced it herself, she realized that her opponent's sword was indeed very fast. It was so fast that she could not react. Chu Hong gritted her teeth and hurriedly waved the 100 refined sword. Sword flowers bloomed one after another. It was as if 100 flowers had appeared. Break all of them for me, Wang Qi shouted. His sword moved even faster. A gust of wind blew, turning into a sharp sword, accompanied by a mournful whistling sound. It broke the sword flowers one after another. Both sides attacked with their swords. It was too much for the eyes to take in. It was very exciting. The two swords clashed unceasingly, creating countless sparks. After a few exchanges, Wang Qi suddenly swept his sword horizontally, sweeping away Chu Hong's sword. Taking advantage of the momentum, before Chu Hong could react, his sword rested on Chu Hong's snow-white, jade-like neck. Chu Hong's face turned green, then red, then white. She was extremely ashamed. She could not accept this defeat. Wang Qi elegantly waved his sword and stopped the Gale sword arts. He smiled and swept his gaze over the Chu family's disciples. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me? No one. To be honest, I came with great expectations, but the result is very disappointing. It seems that the Chu family's disciples are only so. Here, I'd like to recommend a friend's new book. High school student Lingba was summoned to the savage world by a beautiful female demon shaman. He swallowed souls to refine his body, slaughtered beasts and gods, and became a peak existence. Book ID equals 248-8058. Book name equals Savage Tyrant. Chapter 64. The Chu family's disciples were nothing more than this. These words exploded. Chu Tian, Chu Hong, and the other Chu family's disciples' faces all changed. They were furious, and the older generation of the Chu family was also furious. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of bullying the weak, they would have already taught Wang Qi a lesson. Too arrogant. Chu Dongxiong's face sank. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Wang Qi. Wang Qi's hair stood on end, and his face changed. His hand trembled, and his sword almost fell. Wang Riken's face changed, and he moved to block Chu Dongxiong's line of sight. He took a deep breath and said, "Old man, my son was too arrogant. I'll apologize to you on his behalf." Wang Riken's attitude made the Chu family feel a little better. However, Wang Riken's following words made the situation even worse. It was like adding oil to a fire, causing the Chu family to become even more furious. However, my son's words are not without reason. This time, my son had indeed come with great expectations. He hoped that there would be someone of the same age as him to test his swordsmanship. However, the outcome is truly. Wang Riken shook his head as he spoke with a regretful expression. "If any of the youths from your Chu clan can defeat me, I am willing to take back my words and admit that I, Wang Qi, was too arrogant and too short-sighted. In the future, when I see youths from your Chu clan, I will automatically make way for them." Wang Qi's voice rang out again. It was filled with arrogance and disdain. The anger of the Chu family's disciples was completely ignited, and it burned fiercely. Too arrogant, who does he think he is? Bastard! How dare he be so arrogant? Get out of the Chu family. We don't welcome you. All kinds of voices surged like a tide, and they were all directed at Wang Qi. Wang Qi's words had already angered everyone. The small families and sects that came to the birthday celebration all shut their mouths. They couldn't afford to offend either side, so staying silent was the best choice. Facing the torrential anger of the Chu family's disciples, Wang Qi was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and said, "If you want me to get out, sure. As long as you have someone who can defeat me, I'll immediately get out. How about it? Is there anyone? Don't you dare? Do you only know how to get angry? Could it be that the Chu clan's disciples are just a bunch of imbeciles who only know how to use their tongues?" The Fei and Fei families were speechless. Could it be that the Wang family was planning to shed all pretenses of cordiality and start a war with the Chu family? Otherwise, why would Wang Qi's words be so arrogant and derogatory? Chu Dongxiong, Chu Xingkong, and the others were completely enraged and even wanted to attack. "Remember what you said. If you lose, get out of the Chu clan. Remember, not leave, but get out." A voice that was neither fast nor slow rang out. At the same time, everyone was surprised and quickly looked over. Immediately, many people were shocked. Come back quickly." When Li Yunlan saw this, she almost fainted from fright and hurriedly shouted, Don't be impulsive." Chu Xingyin hurriedly shouted. His face was filled with anxiety. Although Chu Mu had indeed improved a lot compared to before, they subconsciously believed that Chu Mu was no match for Wang Qi after seeing Wang Qi's swordsmanship. Looking at Chu Tian and Chu Hong, besides Chu He, the most outstanding youths in the Chu clan were no match for Wang Qi. Perhaps only Chu He could defeat him. However, this time, Chu He was in seclusion in the sword sect and had not returned. Chu Tian's expression also changed. He believed that Chu Mu's swordsmanship was barely on par with his own, but he was only at the early stage of the 8th phase and could not be Wang Qi's match. Chu Hong was not there. She was full of confidence, but was defeated by Wang Qi in a few moves. The contrast in her heart was too great, and she had already left in shame. It's him. Does he think that he's very powerful after cultivating in a low-rank sword sect for a few months? This trash actually went up to make a fool of himself. He's trying to embarrass our Chu clan. A few of the Chu family's youths began to criticize Chu Mu. From a long time ago, they had looked down on Chu Mu, so when they saw Chu Mu walk out, they didn't encourage him. Instead, they mocked and disdained him. "Shut up!" Suddenly a youth shouted. His face was stern as he swept his gaze across the crowd. No matter how much of a trash Chu Mu is, he is still a member of our Chu clan, a direct descendant of our Chu clan. Now facing Wang Qi, all of you only know how to talk but do not dare to stand out. What qualifications do you have to talk about him? His words made many youths of the Chu clan unhappy, but they could not find any words to refute. They could only look at Chu Mu angrily. "Who are you?" Wang Qi looked at Chu Mu with interest and asked. "Chu clan Chu Mu." Chu Mu's expression was calm. He nodded to the Chu couple and Chu Tian, telling them not to worry. He looked at Wang Qi and said, "I'll give you 15 minutes to recover, so you don't have to find excuses to lose." The moment Chu Mu's words left his mouth, everyone was astonished. Those who had practiced the aura observation technique could see that Chu Mu's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th stage of the Sword Qi realm. There was an entire stage difference between him and Wang Qi. The difference was very obvious. If these words were said by Wang Qi to Chu Mu, everyone would feel that it was normal. But when it came from Chu Mu's mouth, they could not help but feel surprised. This little guy is a bit interesting. Chu Dongxiong also recognized Chu Mu and was surprised by his grandson's change. Chu Xingkong and Chu Xingfeng also stared at Chu Mu. They were surprised by Chu Mu's cultivation. No need. I didn't use much energy to defeat the two of them. Wang Qi smiled, thinking that Chu Mu was overestimating himself. You are only at the early stage of the 8th stage of the Sword Qi realm. I admire your courage, so I won't let you lose too badly. Use the Gale sword art. You will lose within 10 moves. Chu Mu's expression was still calm. His voice was neither fast nor slow, and he seemed very calm. What? Did I hear wrongly? This Chu Mu is too arrogant. Yeah, he thinks too highly of himself. This trash, it's fine if he goes out to make a fool of himself. But does he think he is a monkey? The spectators and Chu clan disciples all whispered. I thought he had changed a lot. I didn't expect that after his strength increased, he became so arrogant. Chu Xingfeng shook his head and said with a mocking tone, Third brother must have had a hard time to give birth to such a bad son. Chu Xingkong frowned. He was very dissatisfied with Chu Mu's arrogance. Chu Dongxiong frowned and stared at Chu Mu as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. Lin Feihu and Wang Ricken shook their heads and didn't say a word. However, their expressions showed their disdain and ridicule for Chu Mu's ignorance. Lin Feihu even remembered that this Chu Mu was the one who was beaten up by Wang Lin a few months ago because of his daughter Lin Luoshui. Now, it seemed that it wasn't strange for him to be beaten up. Haha! Wang Qi suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed until his back bent and tears almost came out of his eyes. He pointed at Chu Mu and said, I thought I was crazy enough. I didn't expect you to be even crazier than me. Unfortunately, your craziness is an ignorant craziness. Soon, I will let you know how stupid and ignorant you are. Even without using the Gale sword art, you won't be able to take 10 moves from me. You will regret what you said. Chu Mu was unmoved and said indifferently. His attitude and answer made everyone speechless. They couldn't bear to watch anymore. They all secretly shook their heads. Did the Chu clan really have no successors? Chapter 65. Chu Mu had already become the focus of attention. It was foreseeable that for a long time to come, Chu Mu would become the talk of the people in Kaiyang City. Of course, it was a negative example, the kind that was used to be ridiculed. Arrogant, conceited, ignorant. This was the evaluation of Chu Mu. Not to mention others. Even Chu Xingyun, Chu Tian, and Chu Xingyun were wondering if Chu Mu had gone crazy. Chu Mu ignored the ridicule of others. He looked at Wang Qi and said, "Draw your sword." Wang Qi had already calmed down. He stared at Chu Mu with disdain and casually stabbed out with his sword. As soon as the sword was out, a fierce wind whistled. Although the momentum was shocking, everyone could see that Wang Qi didn't take Chu Mu seriously at all. It was just a casual sword. Chu Mu naturally also saw it. He casually slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, Chu Dongxiong, Chu Xingkong, Lin Feihu, Wang Ricken, and the other Qi transformation realm experts' eyes lit up. They were somewhat in disbelief. They saw a kind of uniqueness in Chu Mu's sword. It was a kind of returning to simplicity. Wang Qi's expression changed. He felt that his sword had been sealed and he had no way to attack. He had no choice but to change his attack. But just as he was about to change his attack, he felt a blinding light flash before his eyes, and a chill came from his neck. What happened? Many people rubbed their eyes and looked hard. They couldn't believe that Chu Mu's sword was on Wang Qi's neck. Am I dreaming? I must be hallucinating because I stayed up late last night. I must go back to sleep when I go back. I said, "Use the Gale sword art and use your full strength." Chu Mu withdrew his sword and said indifferently. Wang Qi's face turned green, red, and white. It was very interesting to see. He couldn't accept this at all. Even if he didn't pay much attention to Chu Mu and didn't take Chu Mu seriously, he still thought that Chu Mu wasn't his opponent at all. I was careless just now. Next, I will bring out my true strength and let you know how weak you are in front of me. Wang Qi's expression returned to normal. He snorted coldly and performed the sword spell of gale again. A strong gust of wind whistled through the air with a terrifying aura. This little guy is really... An imperceptible smile flashed across Chu Dangxiong's face as he stared at Chu Mu. His gaze was deep, as if he was deep in thought. "Take my sword." After performing the sword spell of gale, Wang Qi planned to use all of his sword art's power. He confidently stabbed out with his sword. All of a sudden, dozens of sword shadows rushed toward Chu Mu like locusts, covering the upper half of Chu Mu's body. The sword art he has trained is also a wind element sword art. He hasn't comprehended the wind mentality yet. Performing a wind element sword art in front of me is no different than showing off in front of an expert. Chu Mu thought to himself as he casually waved his sword out. Chu Mu's sword attack was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Anyone could do it. However, a strange scene appeared. Under Chu Mu's sword attack, Wang Qi's dozens of sword shadows disappeared like smoke being blown away by a strong wind. Impossible! Wang Qi screamed, unable to accept this fact. Is this some kind of demonic art? Someone mumbled. This is. Chu Xingkong, Lin Feihu, Wang Ricken, and the others were all shocked. Wang Qi attacked again. This time his early stage, 9th stage, sword Qi realm power was fully displayed. His sword was even faster and fiercer, and the sword shadows were even denser. His body split into 3, and each of them shot out dozens of sword shadows, covering Chu Mu's entire body. Chu Tian's expression abruptly changed. He had been defeated by this move of Wang Qi's. He could clearly feel the dense swords that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was an all-pervasive attack, and there was no way to dodge or block it. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they held their breaths and widened their eyes. They all knew that Chu Tian had been defeated by this attack. Would Chu Mu follow in Chu Tian's footsteps? In front of everyone's eyes, another strange scene appeared. Hundreds of sword shadows that had covered Chu Mu's entire body, like a strong wind, were blown away by a strong wind. Once again retreating like smoke being blown away by a strong wind. Chu Mu's sword clashed with Wang Qi's sword, and the two of them stared at each other. Chu Mu's face was cold, and there was a bright light in his eyes. Wang Chi's face changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This scene was like a picture imprinted in everyone's eyes. This is impossible. Wang Chi screamed again, and his voice was filled with fear. This was the strangest thing that he had ever encountered. He kept retreating, thinking that he had seen a ghost. Nothing is impossible. Chu Mu took a step forward, and his sword was like a gentle breeze, blowing towards Wang Chi's sword. Within the wind, Wang Chi's sword was sent flying high up into the air. Chu Mu's sword was pressed against Wang Chi's throat. As long as he used a little bit of force, the sharp tip of the sword would pierce through Wang Chi's throat, taking his little life. With a few clanging sounds, Wang Chi's sword fell to the side and bounced a few times, causing sparks to fly. Wang Chi's hands unnaturally spread out, and his head was slightly tilted upwards. His eyes were filled with fear, and he didn't dare to move, fearing that Chu Mu would take his little life. "Stop!" Wang Riken's face became incomparably ugly, and he roared. With a flick of his finger, Sword Chi shot out, deflecting Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu only felt the sword vibrate violently, and it flew out of his hand. He lightly flicked the head of the sword, and the 100 refined swords spun in the air, emitting a beautiful light. It fell straight into the scabbard, and the entire movement was incomparably elegant, causing everyone's eyes to light up, leaving a deep impression. Especially the youths of the Chu clan. They were all endlessly envious. "You've lost. Remember what you said. Scram out of the Chu clan." Chu Mu looked at Wang Chi and said indifferently. Wang Chi's face immediately became deathly pale, and he hurriedly retreated to Wang Riken's side. Looking at Wang Riken, his face was filled with panic, and he didn't know what to do. Where it's possible to let people off, let them off, and leave them some face so that we can meet again in the future. Wang Riken said in a deep voice, "If Wang Chi really scrammed out of the Chu clan, then the Wang clan would lose a lot of face this time. Brother Wang, you're wrong. Your son spoke such grand words, and everyone here can testify to that." Chu Xingkong reacted and laughed. He felt incomparably happy, as if he was drinking iced sour plum soup on a hot summer day. His mood was so good that he even changed the way he addressed Wang Riken. "Brother Wang, could it be that you want your son to be a treacherous villain? That's not good. As a person, you have to keep your words." Lin Feihu clapped his hands and laughed. Wang Riken's face changed greatly, and Wang Chi's face was deathly pale, and his eyes were lifeless. Scram! Chu Mu was very happy. At least he was a member of the Chu clan, and Chu Mu also felt very uncomfortable when the Chu clan was being bullied, so he took action. Scram! 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 Scram out of the Chu clan! Chu Mu is mighty! Scram out of the Chu clan! Chu Mu is mighty! The feeling of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel caused everyone's heart to fluctuate greatly. They were all incomparably excited, and it was contagious. The Chu clan's disciples all began to shout, and their prestige was Zhen Tian. Even some of the youths couldn't help but shout with excitement in their hearts. Their voices were like monstrous waves that blotted out the sky, causing Wang Riken's face to change greatly. Wang Chi was extremely frightened, and he couldn't help but shrink back. Suddenly, all the voices became silent because Chu Dongxiong raised his hands. Everyone, no matter what they do, has to bear the corresponding consequences. Chu Dongxiong slowly said, "Nephew Wang, I don't need to say any more. If you feel wronged, you can find that old ghost of the Wang clan to reason with me." The Chu clan's people were incomparably agitated, and the others also felt carefree. The Wang clan's people had always been domineering, and they didn't expect that there would be a day like this. "Father." Wang Chi was terrified. "You said it yourself, so you have to take responsibility for your own words." Wang Riken knew that Wang Chi's departure from the Chu clan was a foregone conclusion. He closed his eyes and said in a daze, but his heart was filled with extreme hatred. Wang Qi slowly swept his gaze around, only to feel that everyone was cheering and laughing at him. The voices were getting farther and farther away, as if he was in a dream. Suddenly his eyes rolled back, and his body twisted, falling to the side. He actually fainted from fright. Chapter 66. This month, at the beginning of winter, 2 major events happened in Kayong City. They were closely related. First, the old master of the Chu clan celebrated his 70th birthday. Second, the old master of the Wang clan brought the second young master of the Wang clan to the Chu clan in an attempt to make the Chu clan lose face on the day of the birthday celebration. But in the end, the second young master of the Wang clan was defeated and fainted due to fear, unwillingness, anger, and various other reasons. This became a major topic of discussion in Kayong City, and the Wang clan lost face because of this. And the one who caused this was the second son of the third son of the fierce tiger of the Chu clan, Chu Dongxiong. A few months ago, he was still called Trash Chu Mu. In a short period of time, Chu Mu and Wang Qi became the most famous people in Kayong City. Of course, one was positive and the other was negative. In a certain courtyard of the Chu clan residence. "Watch me." With a shout, a young man of the Chu clan threw the sword in his hand high up in the air. The sword spun in the air and fell down. The young man kept staring at it. He held the scabbard in one hand, ready to catch the falling sword. This movement was done by Chu Mu yesterday. It was envied by the young men of the Chu clan. Therefore, they all couldn't help but learn it. They felt that if they could learn this extremely flashy movement of sheathing the sword, they would be able to show off their skills when they met a girl they loved. Maybe they would be able to make the girl lose her virginity. Similar things could be seen everywhere in the Chu clan residence. There were even some young men of the Chu clan hiding in their rooms to secretly practice. And Chu Mu, who was looked down on by many people of the Chu clan, had become a famous person who surpassed Chu Tian and Chu Hong. Only Chu He, who hadn't returned yet, could compare to him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In Xingfeng courtyard, Chu Hong's face was filled with disbelief. When she heard that Chu Mu defeated Wang Qi, she immediately thought that it was a joke. However, when she heard the same thing from her father, Chu Xingfeng, she was stunned. Then, she denied it, unwilling to believe it. Who was Chu Mu? Chu Mu was a trash that she had always looked down on. He couldn't even be compared to some of the side branch disciples. Yet now, she had to believe that Wang Qi, who had defeated her, and Chu Tian in a few strikes, had instead been defeated by Chu Mu. Moreover, it had been a miraculous defeat. This was simply a fantasy story. I definitely don't believe it. I'm going to find him. I want to personally test his sword technique. Chu Hong muttered as if she was possessed. She grabbed her sword and rushed out in large strides, planning on finding Chu Mu. "You are the pride of the Chu clan." Of the Chu clans, Chu, Xingfeng's heart. Chu of the of Chu. Of the Chu of Chu. Chu of the of Chu of his memory Chu. Chu. Above his Chu. In Chu Dongxiong's room, there were only Chu Dongxiong and Chu Mu. They sat facing each other, with a black tea table between them. They each had a pot of tea, but they hadn't touched it yet. "To be honest, among my grandsons, you are the most unremarkable one. You are also the one that I don't think highly of." Chu Dongxiong suddenly sighed. He looked at Chu Mu with melancholy and said, "Your cultivation talent is too poor. I originally thought that you wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Even if you joined the Azure Edge Sword Sect, it would be difficult for you to achieve anything. In my opinion, the Chu clan still needs to be supported by Chu He and Chu Tian in the future. As for you, you only need to follow your original intentions and live happily." Chu Mu listened quietly, not replying. Today, Chu Tian and Chu Hong have both been defeated. Chu He has yet to return. I originally thought that my birthday celebration would end in such a sorry state. And this time, our Chu clan would also lose all face and our reputation would be swept to the ground. Saying this, Chu Dongxiong's eyes flashed with an intense light. There was a kind of excitement and surprise in them. This is completely out of my expectations. You appeared like a miracle, defeating Wang Qi with your unfathomable sword techniques. Instead, you made the Wang clan eat the bitter fruit that they brewed themselves, losing all face and reputation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you are the pride of our Chu clan. The Wang family only has themselves to blame. Chu Mu faintly smiled and said, "Good, not arrogant and not rash." Chu Dongxiong praised without holding back, feeling gratified. I, Chu Dongxiong, was known as the fierce tiger of the Chu clan. But after me, although Xingkong, Xingfing, and Xingyun were not bad, they didn't have my style back then. My Chu clan couldn't advance any further and could only barely hold on to the current situation. Chu He and Chu Tian were also not bad, but if my Chu clan wanted to advance any further, they were still not enough. As for you, you came out of nowhere. Grandfather, I don't have any thoughts about the position of the head of the clan. My goal is the sword Dao. Chu Mu felt that he had to make it clear. Haha, I know. From the moment you displayed your elegance, I knew that your goal was the sword Dao. Chu Dongxiong laughed loudly. He suddenly stood up and walked to the window with his hands behind his back. Looking at the sky outside, he said again, I don't know what happened to your body that made you change so greatly. I only know that you are a member of the Chu clan. The blood that flows in your body is the blood of the Chu clan. You are my grandson. You have unfathomable sword techniques. Even I, Chu Dongxiong, who has trained in the sword for 60 years, am ashamed of my inferiority. You are destined to be like the clouds in the sky, high above. You are destined to be like the wind that blows through the great Kuan dynasty and even the eastern sword region. Letting you become the head of the clan will only restrict you and hinder your pursuit of the sword Dao. I only hope that after you become strong, you can protect the Chu clan. You can help the Chu clan and let the Chu clan advance further. That is enough. These words made Chu Mu's heart excited. Grandfather, I am only at the early stage of the 8th stage of the sword Qi realm. Chu Mu smiled bitterly. Haha, you said it yourself. You are now at the early stage of the 8th stage of the sword Qi realm. Chu Dongxiong smiled indifferently and turned to look at Chu Mu. His eyes were shining. I know that your heart is also incomparably firm in the sword Dao. One day, you will definitely be able to surpass others. Moreover, if I am not wrong, you have already touched the concept of wind. Chu Dongxiong's last sentence made Chu Mu's expression change slightly. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect that his grandfather would recognize the concept of wind. Could it be that he had also comprehended the concept of wind? This was incredible. According to the High Wind Palm Academy, there were not many Qi transformation realm swordsmen who had comprehended the concept. Although the Chu clan was one of the 3 great clans of Mizar City, it was actually insignificant in the entire Kuan dynasty. It could not even compare to a single academy of the Qingfeng sword sect. I have not comprehended the concept of wind. As if he knew what Chu Mu was thinking, Chu Dongxiong smiled bitterly. It is just that when I was very young, I saw it from my grandfather. However, I did not understand it at that time. It was only when I grew up that I knew. I have always wanted to comprehend the concept of wind, but unfortunately, I do not have enough talent. Tell me, have you really comprehended the concept of wind? Yes. Chu Mu thought for a moment and nodded. Good, good, good. Ha! Chu Dongxiong laughed heartily. Tears came out from the corners of his eyes. He laughed for a long time before gradually stopping. My Chu clan truly has a successor. Chu Mu, come with me. I will bring you to our Chu clan's secret room. Chu clan's secret room. Chu Mu's heart trembled. In his memory, there was never such a concept. He never knew that the Chu clan had a secret room. Suddenly, Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Chapter 67. The sound of gears turning rang out. In Chu Mu's shock, the large bed in Chu Dongxiong's room slowly moved aside, revealing the floor. Following that, the floor slowly split open, revealing a staircase that led downwards. Our Chu clan's secret room was built by the first clan head with great effort. It is extremely secretive. Only the clan head of the Chu clan knows about it. Chu Dongxiong saw the shock on Chu Mu's face and smiled proudly. Now, other than me and Shinkong, there is also you. As he spoke, Chu Dongxiong took out a glowing pearl and walked down the stairs. Chu Mu followed. The floor above closed automatically, and the bed returned to its original position. The light emitted by the bright light pearl was very bright. It illuminated the surrounding 10 meters as if it was daytime. The effect was shocking. As they walked down the stairs, light footsteps broke the silence. After walking down about 20 steps, they were about 5 meters away from the ground. There was a thick black metal door in front of them. The mechanism is here, Chu Dongxiong said. He circulated his sword qi and pressed down on a brick. Immediately, the brick caved in and the creaking sound rang out again. The thick black metal door slowly moved to the side and a 2-meter wide entrance appeared. Chu Dongxiong and Chu Mu walked into the secret room, one after the other. The metal door closed automatically. Using the light from the bright light pearl, Chu Mu looked around. The secret room was not big. It was about 100 square meters. There was a bed, a table, and a chair. Chu Mu discovered that there was a scroll of something on the table. Did you discover the secret of the secret room? Chu Dongxiong turned his head and looked at Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not answer directly. Instead, he looked around carefully again. Finally, his gaze landed on the scroll on the table. However, he was not sure. Do you see that picture scroll? Chu Dongxiong immediately pointed at the picture scroll on the table not far away. He walked over and said, "This picture scroll is called the Wind Picture Scroll. It was obtained by the first clan head of the Chu clan in an emptiness realm. It contains a great secret. The first generation patriarch had comprehended the concept of wind from this painting. In the future, every generation of patriarchs or extremely outstanding disciples of our Chu clan will have the qualifications to enter the secret room to comprehend this picture scroll. However, there are very few who can comprehend the concept of wind from it." Chu Mu was shocked once more. He didn't think that the seemingly unremarkable thing on the table was actually a treasure that could allow one to comprehend the concept of wind. If the other families and sword sects knew that the Chu clan had such a treasure, they would definitely be greedy. At that time, it would be the end of the Chu clan. Very surprised, isn't it? That's why, throughout the generations, only the family head was able to know about the existence of the secret chamber. Chu Dongxiong also knew the severity of the situation. Furthermore, my grandfather, who was the previous Chu family patriarch, was extremely talented the first time he saw the picture scroll. He had comprehended the concept of wind from this painting scroll, and he had also felt a trace of something outside of the concept of wind. However, it was too obscure and difficult to understand, so he was unable to truly comprehend it. Therefore, he guessed that if someone who had already comprehended the concept of wind looked at this painting scroll for the first time, perhaps they would have an extraordinary harvest. However, everyone only has one chance to comprehend it. The second time is the same as looking at a normal painting scroll, and there will be no harvest. And the people of our Chu clan who are able to comprehend the concept of wind are all comprehended from the wind painting scroll. Chu Dongxiong sighed regretfully. Shortly after, his eyes lit up. But you are different. You haven't seen the wind painting scroll yet, but you have already comprehended the concept of wind. Perhaps you will gain something from the wind painting scroll. Chu Dongxiong's words caused Chu Mu to have a trace of anticipation. All right, I won't say anything unnecessary. The time it takes to comprehend is usually not too long. At most, it will take half a day. I will come back in half a day. Chu Dongxiong said. He left the bright light bead behind, turned around, and left in large strides. He opened the metal door and left, leaving Chu Mu alone in the secret room. Wind painting scroll, Chu Mu said in a low voice. He walked towards the table in large strides, and his gaze fell on the painting scroll on the table. The painting scroll was closed, and he needed to open it himself. Chu Mu placed the 100 refinement sword to the side and took a deep breath. He adjusted his breathing, allowing his breathing to be even and his heart to be calm, without any distracting thoughts. Shortly after, he touched the painting scroll with one hand. Immediately, there was a strange fluctuation that spread to his fingertips. With a light movement of his finger, the painting scroll slowly unfolded. In front of Chu Mu's eyes, there seemed to be wisps of blue wind blowing against his face. Beside his ears, there was a light whistling sound of the wind. His entire person seemed to be surrounded by the wind. This place, could it be an ocean of wind? In front of Chu Mu's eyes, there was only the blue wind. It constantly blew from left to right and from right to left. It was endless. His entire person seemed to be in the middle of an ocean of wind. He felt as if he was floating, flying, under the contrast of countless cool winds. Gradually, Chu Mu was intoxicated by it, unable to extricate himself. The cool wind gradually intensified, becoming stronger and stronger. It became the whistling of a gale. The gale intensified, becoming the roaring of a gale. The gale intensified, becoming the roaring of a storm. Breeze, cool wind. Gale, gale, storm. The wind became stronger and stronger. Chu Mu's eyes were dazzled, filled with a dense blue color. His entire person was like a small wooden board floating on a stormy sea, being washed by countless torrential waves. He was drowned in the ocean of wind, lost. Unknowingly, Chu Mu felt as if he had also become a gale. Breeze, cool wind, gale, gale, storm. The mystery of the wind, the feeling of the wind, the comprehension of the wind, little by little, it deepened. Chu Mu didn't know when it happened, but he felt that the wind had changed again. It became sharp and incomparably fierce. Whether it was the breeze, cool wind, gale, gale, or storm, they all turned into wind swords. It was as if a sword was slashed out in the ocean of wind. Immediately there was a breeze, cool wind, gale, gale, and storm swords that rushed out, strangling heaven and earth. The wind was roaring, roaring 3 words, reverberating in heaven and earth. This sword seemed to be issued to him, making Chu Mu's heart tremble. He felt as if he was being strangled and torn to pieces. Subconsciously, he operated the sword chi, condensing his own aura to resist. He felt as if he was going against heaven and earth, and he was insignificant. However, the sharpness was tough, pressing forward fearlessly, cutting through all kinds of obstacles. All kinds of things surged in his body again. Suddenly, the world spun, as if the wind and clouds changed, and time and space flowed backward. Chu Mu's body shook, and he woke up. The blue color disappeared. The breeze, cool wind, gale, gale, storm all disappeared. Everything was like a dream. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with some confusion. In front of him, the wind picture scroll had been completely opened, and all the strange phenomena had disappeared. There was a picture on the picture scroll. It was a sword that was slashed out. Under the sword, wisps of blue wind blew forward, and it looked very simple. It was hard to imagine that such a simple picture, which looked not exquisite at all, was actually a supreme treasure. However, Chu Mu knew that the feeling just now was not a dream. This picture contained a big secret. He stared at the picture scroll, as if he wanted to see the secret in it. Chapter 68. The sound of gears rang out again, and the metal door of the secret room slowly opened, and a tall and mighty figure walked in. The sound of the door opening startled Chu-Mu, who was staring at the painting. He woke up and looked back. "How is it? Did you comprehend anything?" Chu Dongxiong strode over and asked, his eyes shining with anticipation. Under Chu Dongxiong's hopeful gaze, Chu-Mu nodded slightly. "I did." "What is it?" Chu Dongxiong flashed and appeared beside Chu-Mu, his eyes shining even brighter. That gaze made Chu-Mu's scalp tingle. "It's a sword skill." Chu-Mu subconsciously took a step back and said, "Sword skill?" Chu Dongxiong frowned and thought for a while, "What kind of sword skill? Is it of a high grade?" "It should be. It's a transcendent sword skill. Appearance of wind." Chu-Mu said, "It's just that I haven't fully comprehended it, so I can't use it." "Transcendent sword skill!" Chu Dongxiong exclaimed, dumbfounded and shocked. No wonder Chu Dongxiong was shocked. A small family like the Chu family didn't have many sword skills in their collection. Among them, most of them were beginner sword skills and low-grade sword skills, with a few middle-grade sword skills. As for high-grade sword skills, the Chu family only had one, and it was an incomplete version. For a family like the Chu family, high-grade sword skills were hard to come by, and transcendent sword skills were a legend. Can you write it down? After Chu Dongxiong recovered from his shock, he was overjoyed. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked Chu-Mu with a trembling voice, his face full of anticipation. "I'm afraid not, unless I comprehend it." Chu-Mu said, Chu Dongxiong nodded, but he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He could only say, "When you comprehend this transcendent sword skill, I hope you can write it down and give it to the Chu family." "Don't worry, grandfather," Chu-Mu said seriously. "Since you have already seen the wind painting and obtained a transcendent sword skill from it, this wind painting is of no use to you." Chu Dongxiong said, "Let's go." Chu-Mu turned around and glanced at the wind painting. Indeed, it looked like a normal painting. He couldn't see any mysteries from it, so he could only close it again and leave the secret room with Chu Dongxiong. "Amu, go back first. I hope that you can become even stronger. As for the Wang family, leave it to me." Chu Dongxiong said, "All right." Nodding his head, Chu-Mu left Chu Dongxiong's courtyard and headed toward Xingyun courtyard. He understood Chu Dongxiong's intentions. This time, the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Ricken, brought Wang Qi here. They said they were here to congratulate him, but in reality, they were here to cause trouble and ruin the Chu family's reputation. Perhaps there was a special reason behind it. Unexpectedly, Chu-Mu's appearance not only ruined their wishful thinking, but also made them suffer the consequences of their own actions. Now, the Wang family had become a laughingstock. Wang Ricken, Wang Qi, and the others definitely hated Chu-Mu to the core. Perhaps they would use some underhanded methods to deal with Chu-Mu. It was undoubtedly troublesome. If Chu Dongxiong wanted to personally deal with this matter, he would not have to worry about Chu-Mu. This also showed the Chu family's confidence and deterrence. The wind painting is a transcendent sword skill. Its power should be very strong. However, I have only comprehended a little bit of it. It is far from enough. Furthermore, my sword chi cultivation is still too weak. It is impossible for me to use the transcendent sword skill. Chu-Mu thought to himself as he walked. However, other than the transcendent sword skill, my comprehension of the wind concept has also clearly increased. My wind concept has reached 30%. Compared to the High Wind Academy, it is about the same. However, my sword chi cultivation is only at the mid-8th phase. Right now, the most important thing is still to increase my sword chi cultivation. Looking at the wind painting had not only increased Chu-Mu's wind concept by 10%, reaching 30%, it was already not inferior to the High Wind Academy's wind concept. Furthermore, he had also obtained a transcendent sword skill, the wind painting. Apart from that, Chu-Mu's sword chi cultivation had also increased from the early 8th phase to the mid-8th phase. Normally, he would need to consume 3 or 4 qi refining pills to achieve this. Apart from that, the sword force that has always been difficult to grasp has also been grasped today, Chumu murmured. Sword force was different from concepts. It was a sign that one had grasped the way of the sword. Not every swordsman could comprehend it. It was even harder to comprehend than concepts. In terms of sword force, Chumu had spent a lot of effort and faintly touched the surface. He had not expected that he would have such a clear gain from looking at the wind painting today. However, I feel that this sword force of mine is not complete. It should be considered half-step sword force, Chumu thought to himself. After around 15 minutes, Chumu arrived at the inner cloud courtyard. He saw Chu Tian practicing his sword. There was a person sitting on a stone chair in the corner. When he looked carefully, he saw that it was Chu Hong. What is she doing here? Chu Mu's mind flashed with a trace of doubt, but he quickly tossed it aside. Ah Mu, you've returned. Chu Tian, who was practicing his sword, immediately stopped when he saw Chu Mu. He called out to him and strode towards Chu Mu. At the same time, the corner of his eyes constantly twitched. He gestured for Chu Mu to look at Chu Hong. As for Chu Hong, she saw Chu Mu and immediately stood up. Expressionlessly, she raised her sword and walked over in large strides. Chu Mu looked at Chu Tian and then at Chu Hong. He was a little confused. Chu Mu, I want to challenge you. Chu Hong walked over and unsheathed her sword with a clanging sound. She pointed it straight at Chu Mu and shouted sternly, "That's how it is." Chu Tian shrugged helplessly. Only then did Chu Mu understand. However, he did not know why Chu Hong had come to challenge him. She doesn't believe that Wang Qi was easily defeated by you. Chu Tian explained so. That's right. Chu Mu, I absolutely do not believe that Wang Qi was defeated by you. Unless you can easily defeat me, Chu Hong said sternly. She looked like she would not give up until Chu Mu fought with her. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. That's your problem, Chu Mu said. No matter what, you have to accept my challenge today. Chu Hong refused to give up. She was stubborn. She would not give up until she achieved her goal. Ah Mu, I think it's better for you to deal with it, said Chu Tian. As Chu Hong's old rival, Chu Tian understood her temper very well. He knew that it would be very troublesome to be entangled with her. Since that's the case, bring out your sword. Chu Mu looked at Chu Hong and said indifferently, an aura condensed and brewed. Take my sword. Chu Hong immediately felt that she was being looked down upon. She roared angrily and thrust her sword forward. The sword, light, changed rapidly like a blooming flower. It was the most powerful basic move of the 100 Flowers sword technique. Sword aura! Chu Mu let out a low roar. Suddenly, a powerful and fierce aura surged out of his body. It was like a tall mountain, like a violent tsunami. There was a fearless sharpness that pressed forward courageously, cutting through thorns and thorns. Chu Hong only felt that the Chu Mu in front of her seemed to have become huge in an instant. The sharpness was like a towering sword that pointed straight at the sky. It was boundless, vast, and sharp. It came crashing down endlessly. Her heart palpitated and she couldn't breathe. Her body went soft. Chu Hong only felt that she was being suppressed. She couldn't move. Under the constantly enlarging figure of Chu Mu, she felt insignificant and powerless. In that instant, her thoughts stopped. On the other side, Chu Tian's mind was also blank. His body was powerless, and he almost went soft. It was like an illusion. Chu Mu returned to his original state in Chu Hong's eyes. Unknowingly, Chu Hong's sword fell to the ground. As for Chu Hong, her face was pale and she was dripping with sweat. Her hair was wet and stuck to her cheeks. She looked a little miserable. Her eyes were filled with fear. In that instant, she was unable to draw her sword. She couldn't control herself. If Chu Mu wanted to kill her, he only needed an instant. What is that? Chu Tian's face was a little pale as he stuttered. After all, it wasn't aimed at him, and there was some distance between them. Thus, the effect wasn't that strong. Chu Hong took a few deep breaths and picked up her sword. She also looked at Chu Mu, waiting for Chu Mu's reply. "Sword aura," said Chu Mu indifferently. He withdrew his gaze and left. Half-step sword aura's effect wasn't bad. However, Chu Mu could feel that his spiritual strength had clearly been exhausted. He felt exhausted from using his brain too much. "Sword aura," Chu Tian and Chu Hong muttered. They were a little confused as they looked at Chu Mu's departing figure. For a moment, they were frozen like statues. Chapter 69. If Chu Mu had known that it would be so troublesome, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to use the half-step sword force to intimidate Chu Hong. He wouldn't have even tried to defeat her. "Chu Mu, I want to learn swordsmanship from you." Chu Hong's gaze was incomparably resolute. It was as if she wouldn't waver, even if the sky fell and the earth cracked. This gave Chu Mu a headache. Chu Tian was secretly laughing at the side. He felt very comfortable when he saw Chu Mu's helpless expression. This didn't mean that Chu Tian had any ill intentions towards Chu Mu. It was just that the difference was too great. Originally, Chu Mu was just a pitiful worm living under Chu Mu's halo. Although he didn't care much about it, Chu Tian didn't think so either. But this time, Chu Mu seemed to have been reborn. It was very shocking. Unexpectedly, Wang Qi's appearance forced Chu Mu to make a move. Only then did Chu Tian and the others know that Chu Mu had changed a lot in the past few months. It could be said that he had turned the sky and the earth upside down. Chu Tian, who had always thought that his swordsmanship was above Chu Mu's, also suffered a huge blow. Chu Mu was also very indifferent. This made Chu Tian, who wanted to find out the secret behind Chu Mu's huge change, feel very helpless. And now, Chu Hong had appeared. Ever since she was defeated by Chu Mu a few days ago, she left dejectedly. The next day, she came to the Xingyin courtyard in high spirits and directly looked for Chu Mu. First, she sincerely apologized to Chu Mu. Then, she wanted to become Chu Mu's disciple and learn swordsmanship. Of course, Chu Mu wouldn't agree. Chu Hong stubbornly came forward and wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. She became Chu Mu's tail and followed Chu Mu all day long. When Chu Mu returned to his room and closed the door, Chu Hong leaned against the door like a guard. When Chu Mu went to eat, she also followed, and Chu Xingyun and his wife naturally wouldn't let Chu Hong starve, so they would also invite her to eat together. No matter what, Chu Hong was still his niece. Although Chu Xingyun and Chu Xingfeng didn't get along well, they were still brothers of the Chu family. Blood was thicker than water. In my opinion, you should give Xiao Hong some pointers. Chu Xingyun thought for a moment and said. However, he had a strange feeling in his heart. The term guidance had always been used when a senior was giving guidance to a junior. But now, although Chu Mu's seniority was lower than Chu Hong's, his swordsmanship cultivation far surpassed hers. He could be considered a senior in swordsmanship. Chu Mu didn't answer and thought for a moment. As for Chu Hong, she looked at Chu Mu with a hopeful expression. Her eyes were shining, and her gaze was incomparably scorching. Her gaze made Chu Mu feel dizzy. As for Chu Mu, he lowered his head and smiled mischievously. At the same time, he thought that if Chu Mu really gave Chu Hong some pointers, he should also watch from the side. It would definitely be beneficial to him. Fight? Impossible. No matter what, Chu Hong was still his cousin in name. There was no conflict of interest between them. Although she had looked down on Chu Mu in the past, it was also because of Chu Mu's incompetence. Moreover, she had apologized very sincerely. Her humble attitude was enough to dispel the trace of displeasure in Chu Mu's heart. Moreover, it was Chu Hong's persistence and passion for swordsmanship. The last point was the most important. If one wasn't passionate about swordsmanship and didn't have that kind of sincere persistence, no matter how good one's talent was, they wouldn't be able to go far on the path of swordsmanship. On the other hand, if one was sincere in swordsmanship, even if one's talent was average, as long as they persevered and maintained their passion as usual, they would be able to achieve something in the end. There were already many examples of this in the world of swordsmanship on Earth. There were even a few swordsmanship grandmasters in the history of swordsmanship. Their talent in swordsmanship was really average, but they relied on their incomparable passion for swordsmanship, their sincerity in swordsmanship, and their dedication to swordsmanship. They invested more time and energy than other swordsmanship masters to finally become grandmasters. Are you done eating? Chu Mu stopped thinking, raised his head, and glanced at Chu Hong as he asked faintly, I'm done. Chu Hong appeared to be very nervous. Although her stubbornness came up, she was still very nervous and a little shy. After all, she was a girl. Let's go. Chu Mu stood up and turned to walk out. Where are we going? Blurted out, subconsciously. Chu Hong was a little regretful. Although she had been following Chu Mu closely these few days, almost like a little tail, she also knew that Chu Mu was a person of few words. He always had a calm and indifferent look, so he probably didn't like people asking too much. Swordsmanship. Chu Mu's voice came from outside the door. Swordsmanship. Chu Hong muttered and repeated as if she was stunned. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Chu Tian put down his bowl and chopsticks, jumped up, grabbed the 100 refined sword, pushed Chu Hong, and hurriedly rushed out. Swordsmanship. Chu Hong's eyes flashed with incomparable joy. She grabbed the sword and hurriedly rushed out. When she rushed to the door, she suddenly remembered something and stopped in her tracks. She hurriedly turned around and bowed to Chu Xingyun and his wife, then turned around and hurriedly left. This child. Li Yunlan smiled and said, Practice the basic swordsmanship once. Chu Mu said to Chu Hong in the open space of Xingyun courtyard. Although she didn't understand, Chu Hong still followed Chu Mu's instructions and practiced the basic swordsmanship. Chu Tian watched from the side and felt that this scene was like a dream. Compared to the past, it was really too different. After a while, Chu Hong finished practicing the basic swordsmanship. She looked at Chu Mu with some apprehension. The basic swordsmanship is the essential swordsmanship summed up by generations of swordsmen. It's indispensable. Chu Mu said neither slowly nor quickly. A skyscraper starts from the ground. If you don't practice the basic swordsmanship, it's like building a house without a good foundation. It can't be built high, otherwise it will collapse. For a true swordsman, the basic swordsmanship is the swordsmanship that will last for a lifetime. It must be practiced, and it must be practiced until it's incomparably skilled, and it must be practiced as it pleases. Chu Hong hurriedly adjusted her mentality and listened attentively. Chu Tian also pricked up his ears. Your basic swordsmanship isn't practiced enough. It still needs to be strengthened. Chu Mu said. Chu Hong's expression changed slightly. She was a little unconvinced. Just as she was about to refute, she recalled that she couldn't even control her sword in front of Chu Mu a few days ago. Thus, she couldn't say anything. I have no obligation or responsibility to guide you in swordsmanship. If it wasn't for your passion for swordsmanship, I wouldn't have said this to you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Chu Mu said, I'll give you a suggestion. Every day, take an hour to practice the basic swordsmanship. After that, you can practice other swordsmanship. Do you practice like this too? Chu Hong asked. Yes. Chu Mu nodded. Practice the other swordsmanship that you have mastered. Chu Hong drew her sword again and began to cultivate. The flower-drawing swordsmanship was an introductory swordsmanship. The 10-flower swordsmanship was an elementary swordsmanship. The 100-flower swordsmanship was an intermediate swordsmanship. These 3 swordsmanship were all related to flowers. For a moment, Chu Mu and Chu Tian could only see flowers blooming in the sky. Chu Tian was dazzled, especially by the 100 flowers swordsmanship. However, Under Chu Mu's gaze, the trajectory of each sword was clearly displayed. If Chu Mu was willing, he could even imitate the three swordsmanship. Of course, without the mnemonic chant of the three swordsmanship, it would take a long time for him to truly grasp it. After Chu Hong finished practicing the three swordsmanship, her breathing quickened slightly. A trace of satisfaction flashed across her face. Her mastery of the three swordsmanship had reached perfection. Even some of her senior sisters were inferior to her. Not bad. Chu Mu nodded, causing Chu Hong to feel a little joy in her heart. However, his next sentence caused her expression to change. It's just that although it's beautiful, it's not practical enough. If I'm not wrong, these three swordsmanship of yours are of the same origin. Is there a successor to the 1,000-flower swordsmanship or the 10,000-flower swordsmanship? Chu Mu casually asked. Chu Hong was shocked because there was indeed a high-grade swordsmanship in the 100-flowers sword sect called the 1,000-flower swordsmanship. As for whether there was a 10,000-flower swordsmanship or not, she didn't know. The essence of these three swordsmanship lies in the illusion created by the blooming and withering of the flowers. It confuses the target's vision, causing them to be unable to see your sword. It's mainly based on the words strange and illusory. Chu Mu explained, causing Chu Hong to be incomparably shocked. Back then, the senior sister who had taught her these three swordsmanship had also said that only by grasping the essence of these three swordsmanship could one be considered to have grasped the essence of these three swordsmanship. And the essence of these three swordsmanship was the strange and illusory. You have indeed grasped the strange and illusory aspects. However, you only have the form, but not the spirit. You can barely be considered to be a Deshang. The distance to the perfection stage is still far away. Chu Mu said, causing Chu Hong and Chu Tian to be speechless. It wasn't easy to reach the Deshang level of a swordsmanship. Usually, one would have to spend a long time bitterly training. As for the perfection stage, it was even more difficult. There was an 80 to 90% chance that one wouldn't be able to reach the perfection stage. Let me give you a suggestion. Other than practicing the basic swordsmanship for an hour every day, you should practice the beginner swordsmanship first. Strive to reach the perfection stage of the beginner swordsmanship. At that time, you can practice the beginner swordsmanship more naturally and smoothly. When the beginner swordsmanship has reached the perfection stage of the beginner swordsmanship, you can practice the intermediate swordsmanship and so on. Chu Mu said indifferently, the three swordsmanship are of the same origin and complement each other. The flower-drawing swordsmanship is the foundation of the 10-flower swordsmanship, and the 10-flower swordsmanship is the foundation of the 100-flower swordsmanship. Chu Hong nodded thoughtfully. Lastly, let me give you a suggestion. Swordsmanship is like the sword and the person. Compared to the strange and illusory swordsmanship, you are more suited to practice the water or wood swordsmanship. If you have the chance, you can give it a try. Chu Mu said, but didn't give any explanation. This is the guidance I'm giving you. Practice for half a month first. Come and find me after half a month. After finishing his words, Chu Mu turned and left, leaving behind Chu Tian and Chu Hong, who were deep in thought. Chapter 70. Qinglan town, as usual, was bustling with people. In a very ordinary courtyard, a vigorous figure rushed in with quick steps. Gang leader, we found Chu Mu's whereabouts. He's still 10 miles away from Qinglan town. The Green Wolf gang cupped their hands and said to Duan Qinglang. Duan Qinglang grabbed the sword beside him and stood up. Killing intent appeared on his face as he shouted, "Okay, tell everyone to move out. I want him to be unable to escape even if he has wings." Yes, I should be able to return to the sword faction today, Chu Mu thought as he hurried back. This time he returned to the Chu clan to celebrate his grandfather's birthday and gained a lot. He gained a lot from looking at the wind painting scroll. His wind concept had reached 30%. He comprehended half-step sword force, and he even obtained the inheritance of a transcendent sword skill, wind image. In the future, Chu Mu spent his days practicing sword aura, sword techniques, and researching wind phase and sword force. From time to time, he would spar with Chu Tian and chat with his parents. Every day, he lived a very leisurely and carefree life. Because of his miraculous defeat of Wang Qi, the attitude of the young disciples of the Chu clan towards Chu Mu had changed 180 degrees. Originally, when they saw Chu Mu, they either ignored him, disdained him, or mocked him. But now, they all admired Chu Mu and felt restrained when they saw him. They didn't dare to say a word, but they also wanted to get closer to Chu Mu so that Chu Mu could teach them a few moves. The stubborn Chu Hong, after receiving guidance from Chu Mu, practiced her swordsmanship for half a month according to Chu Mu's instructions. She found that her swordsmanship had indeed improved a little. This discovery made her very surprised. According to Chu Mu, half a month later, she went to Chu Mu again. Chu Mu saw the results of her cultivation and gave her a few pointers. Chu Hong felt as if she had obtained a treasure and returned to her cultivation. As for Chu Tian, he was different from Han Rui. After seeing Chu Mu's swordsmanship, Han Rui was no longer willing to fight with Chu Mu. However, Chu Tian was extremely tenacious. Time and time again, he would take the initiative to fight with Chu Mu. Time and time again, he would be defeated by Chu Mu's 1 or 2 sword strikes. However, he would continue to fight even after each defeat. He would find his shortcomings and cultivate according to Chu Mu's instructions. After 20 days, his swordsmanship had improved significantly. However, all good things must come to an end. Chu Tian and Chu Mu both wanted to return to their respective sword sections. Chu Mu also felt that it was time to leave. He wanted to return to the Green Edge sword sect and raise his cultivation base to the peak of 8th phase as quickly as possible, and then break through to 9th phase. After half a month of comprehending the aspect of wind, Chu Mu felt that this transcendent sword skill could only be used when his cultivation base reached the Qi transformation realm. However, if he made some changes and simplified it, he would be able to use it when he reached the sword Qi realm. However, Chu Mu's simplified wind avatar still required a lot of sword aura to cast. With Chu Mu's current sword aura cultivation, it wasn't enough to support it. He estimated that only when his cultivation broke through to the 9th phase would he be able to barely cast it. As for sword force, it was related to soul strength. Using sword force would consume soul strength. What puzzled Chu Mu was that his soul strength had been fused, so it should be several times stronger than an ordinary person's. In the end, Chu Mu came to the conclusion that it was because his comprehension of sword force was insufficient. It was incomplete, and it was only half-step sword force. Therefore, using sword force would consume soul strength and cause him to feel mentally exhausted. With my current strength, killing an early 9th phase cultivator should be easy. Mid-9th phase is also doable. Late 9th phase should also be doable if I use my full strength. As for peak 9th phase, I'm not sure. Chu Mu evaluated his current strength. Suddenly, Chu Mu saw that there were many people in front of him. As he approached, he could feel a murderous intent from them. Among them, there was a large, green-robed man standing on a rock. His killing intent was the sharpest, and his sword Qi fluctuations were also the most intense. Surround him. The green-robed man coldly stared at Chu Mu and waved his hand. Yes, their voices were orderly and resonant. The surrounding people quickly moved and formed an encirclement surrounding Chu Mu in the middle. Chu Mu stared at the green-robed man and found that his appearance seemed a little familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. There were a total of 30 people surrounding Chu Mu. They all wore short, green robes embroidered with the image of a fierce wolf head. Each of them had an ominous glint in their eyes, and their faces were filled with fiendish malice. One of their hands was holding the hilt of a sword, and the long sword was unsheathed. In addition, including the green-robed man, there were 8 people standing on the periphery, closely staring at Chu Mu with different expressions. Some of them had a cold expression, and their killing intent was fierce. Some had a playful expression, as if they were looking at prey. Some looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. There was also one whose eyes were rolling around, looking very treacherous. "What do you want?" After looking around, Chu Mu's gaze fell on the green-robed man. He could see that this green-robed man was the leader of this group. This green-robed man's cultivation was also the strongest. He couldn't see through him, but he estimated that he was at least stage 8. There were also 7 people he couldn't see through. They all gave Chu Mu a different feeling, but Chu Mu was fearless. "I'm Duan Qinglang," the green-robed man coldly said. "Chu Mu, a new inner disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect. You killed 3 important members of the Azure Wolf Gang. You have to give me an explanation." When Chu Mu heard this, he suddenly remembered that 20 days ago, not long after he left Qinglan town, 3 swordsmen wanted to kill him. Among them, the ordinary-looking middle-aged man looked very similar to this Duan Qinglang. The murderer was killed by Ren Hung. "There's nothing to explain," Chu Mu indifferently replied. "Good, you have guts. I'll give you a chance. Immediately tell me who's behind you. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer 360 kinds of torture until you die," Duan Qinglang sternly threatened. When Chu Mu heard this, he immediately understood. So the other party thought that he wasn't the one who killed the 3 people, but someone else. That someone else was naturally the person who protected him. "I killed them. If you have the ability, do it. I'm right here." Although the other party had the advantage of numbers, and 8 of them had cultivations he couldn't see through, Chu Mu didn't feel like he was facing an elder of a sword sect. This meant that the 8 of them were all in the sword chi realm. Moreover, other than the green-robed man who gave Chu Mu a more profound feeling, Chu Mu could vaguely tell that the other 7 were all in the 8th phase. Their cultivation was higher than his, so they were in the late and peak 8th phase. As for the 30 swordsmen surrounding him, they were only in the early and middle 7th phase. They were like ants. "Good, it seems that you're really looking to die." Duan Qinglang's face was sinister, and his killing intent grew thicker. The killing intent emitted by the 38 people surged, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. It was suffocating, and a battle could break out at any moment. Chapter 71. Killing intent filled the air, making people feel suffocated. Chu Mu's expression was also a bit serious. He stared at Duan Qinglang, but the corner of his eye took in the surroundings. The fingers of his right hand moved slightly, ready to draw his sword and kill at any time. The eyes of these people were like that of wolves, extremely ferocious. They looked at Chu Mu as if they were looking at prey. Duan Qinglang revealed a sinister smile. "Catch him, regardless of whether he's injured or disabled, as long as he's still alive." "Sect Master, just let the 4 of us do it." 4 middle-aged swordsmen stood together. They were about the same height, body shape, and even looked a little similar. "Go." Duan Qinglang smiled sinisterly. The swordsmen surrounding Chu Mu immediately took the initiative to move aside. The 4 middle-aged swordsmen, who were estimated to be at the late or peak of the 8th stage of the sword chi realm, had playful smiles on their faces. They lined up in a line and strode toward Chu Mu. Each of them had their right hand on the hilt of their sword, ready to draw it at any time. "Kid, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, it won't look good if you lose an arm or a leg," one of them said with a chuckle. "Cut the crap," Chu Mu said coldly, his fingers moving even faster. "Since you refuse a toast, let's do it the hard way. Go! Let him know the power of our green wolf 4 swords. Let him understand the difference between the middle and late 8th stage." With a clanging sound, for shining sword light suddenly stabbed over from the east, west, north, and south at the same time. It was fast, fierce, sharp, and threatening. Cold smiles appeared on the faces of Duan Qinglang and the others. In their eyes, with the Qinglang four swords attacking from four angles, they could easily take down Chumu. In an instant, a dazzling sword light tore through the sky, causing people's eyes to hurt. They couldn't help but squint. At the same time, an ear-piercing sound rang out, as if it had pierced through space and time from the sky. When the sword light dimmed and everyone could open their eyes wide, they found that Chumu was still in the same position. His sword was still in its scabbard. As for the Green Wolf four swords, they stood to the east, west, north, and south of Chumu. Their expressions were wooden as they raised their swords and stabbed towards Chumu. However, their swords stopped in midair. This situation made people confused. They did not know how the dazzling sword light that they had just obtained had appeared. Suddenly, Duan Qinglang and the others' expressions changed. They saw a scarlet mark appear on the throats of the Azure Wolf four swords. Blood slowly flowed out. In that instant, Chumu unsheathed his sword at an extremely high speed, slashing the Green Wolf four swords' throats 4 times in a row. His sword chi also penetrated into the Green Wolf four swords' bodies, destroying and killing. Kill! Even an idiot could tell that Chumu's strength could not be determined by cultivation base. Duan Qinglang believed Tang Fan's words. The Green Wolf 3 absolutes had died to Chumu's sword. With a shout, Duan Qinglang unsheathed his sword. No matter what, he could not allow Chumu to live. Whether it was the enmity from before or the enmity now between him and Chumu, only one of them could live. The other two, with faces full of cold killing intent, were the Green Wolf double kill. They immediately pulled out their swords and split into left and right. Their sword auras were swift and fierce as they attacked Chumu. The two of them both had 9th phase early stage cultivation. This person is a genius, a true genius. Advisor Mo Yong was a bit afraid. He had seen people like this before. They could easily kill sword cultivators with higher cultivation bases than them. That was the privilege of geniuses. Mo Yong was a bit more cowardly and cunning. Although he was at the middle 9th phase, he did not attack. Instead, he slowly retreated, planning to leave as soon as he felt something was wrong. He had a shadow in his heart, and when he saw geniuses who could kill above their level, he would always feel afraid. The 37th phase sword cultivators of the Green Wolf gang all unsheathed their swords. Sword light flickered like stars, and their killing intent spread out, causing the wind to blow and the sand to swirl. Green Wolf rush. 37th phase swordsmen drew their swords, and 30 Cyan Wolves charged over. Each one of them was incomparably savage as they charged at Chumu. They opened their mouths and bit, wanting to rip Chumu to shreds. Cool breeze. Dazzling cool breeze. With 30% completion of the wind mentality, the power of cool breeze, dazzling cool breeze increased greatly, directly reaching the level of a middle-grade killing move. Large amounts of light green wind blew in all directions, blowing towards the 30 ferocious green wolves. The sand on the ground was blown away, layer by layer, and the 30 swordsmen's eyes blurred. They unconsciously closed their eyes. Waves of killing intent were cold and sharp. One after another, the green wolves were blown away by the wind. The killing intent spread out endlessly, and a red mark appeared on the necks of the 37th phase sword cultivators. Blood spilled out as they were killed. The Green Wolf double kill and Duan Qinglang arrived. The first attack was already a middle-grade killing move. Green Wolf left kill. Green Wolf right kill. Green Wolf howls at the moon. Shocking Cloud kill. Chumu counterattacked. Shocking Cloud assault flew and exploded, colliding with the opponent's 3 killing moves. However, it was only able to cancel out the Cyan Wolf left kill and Cyan Wolf right kill. The Cyan Wolf howls at the moon directly attacked. Its killing intent was incomparably cold and extremely sharp. It was as if a cyan wolf was howling at the moon in the middle of the night. Outer sword chi cut. Chu Mu's reaction was extremely fast. The sword chi within 4 meters of him condensed and slashed out toward the green wolf howls at the moon. The green wolf double kill was cancelled out, so it immediately waved its sword, releasing 2 waves of sword chi toward Chu Mu. Chu Mu performed his wind travel movement, feeling the flow of the air and dodging naturally. Sword chi rampage. The green wolf double kill immediately waved its sword at a high speed. The 2 swords crossed, and waves of sword chi shot out like a machine gun, cutting through the air and covering the 10 meters around Chu Mu. Chu Mu's expression changed slightly. Although his sword arts were much better than his opponent's, the sword chi he released was a pure clash of cultivation. It did not have much to do with the level of his sword arts. Using wind swim at full strength without holding anything back, Chu Mu was like a gust of wind blowing to the side, shifting to dodge the crisscrossing sword aura. Wherever the sword aura passed, the ground would be cut open, leaving behind countless messy scars that were densely packed and shocking. Kill! Duan Qinglang grasped that instant and hurriedly released a cross-shaped sword chi toward Chu Mu. Chu Mu used wind travel with all his strength and was in the middle of taking a breath. He barely managed to dodge, but was still brushed by a sword aura. His sleeves were ripped, and the sword aura protection activated, blocking the sword aura's cutting. How come he's not injured? Duan Qinglang's eyes widened in confusion. Chu Mu slashed out a sword aura that shot towards Duan Qinglang. Then he turned around and slashed out with Duan Qinglang's double kill. The sword light turned, dazzling and blinding. With a casual slash, it was like a heavenly steed soaring through the skies, leaving no traces. The green wolf double kill's eyes widened in disbelief. They only felt a sharp light cut through their throats, and a cold chill seeped into their necks. Under the impact of the cold, they felt dizzy and blood flowed down their heads. After killing the green wolf double kill, Chu Mu lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped high into the air. He swung out his sword, and sword chi swept out like the wind. Green wolf rush. Green wolf howls at the moon. Duan Qinglang's expression greatly changed, and he was extremely shocked. He used 2 killing moves in a row, and 2 cyan wolves charged towards Chu Mu in midair. Dazzling breeze. Shocking cloud kill. Absolute killing breeze. Chu Mu was even stronger. The light green wind seemed to come from the void, blowing toward Duan Qinglang, making his eyes blurry. His black hair fluttered, and the corners of his clothes fluttered. Under the cool breeze, the 2 green wolves were annihilated one after another, like ink being washed away by water, and finally dissipated into nothingness. The 2-meter-long light green wind blade tore through the wind, tearing through the void as it shot toward Duan Qinglang. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was unbelievable. Duan Qinglang's eyes widened, and a light green light filled his eyes. It continued to expand, as if it was beyond the range of his eyes, and also beyond the speed of his nervous system. Sword chi armor. He barely managed to gather the sword chi around his body to form an armor. Suddenly, Duan Qinglang felt a heavy blow on his chest. The force was extremely great, and a cracking sound entered his ears. His entire body flew out uncontrollably under the heavy blow. Moreover, Duan Qinglang felt as if his chest had been torn open, and waves of tearing pain came from it. He cried out in pain, and blood spurted out. Although the absolute killing breeze under the 30% completion of wind concept was still an intermediate killing move, its power was 3 times stronger than before. Not only did it break through Duan Qinglang's sword chi armor, but it also tore open his chest. After flying out a dozen meters, Chu Mu flew up and released sword chi, slashing down in the air. Don't kill me. Duan Qinglang had just woken up from the dizziness, and when he saw the sword in the air, he was instantly scared out of his wits. What answered him was a crescent-shaped sword chi that slashed down. With a poochie, blood spurted high into the air. Chapter 72. This guy is pretty smart. He's already gone without a trace. After killing Duan Qingling, Chumu looked around. Other than himself, there was no one else standing. However, Chumu remembered that there should have been someone else. It seemed that he had already escaped. To be able to kill someone in the late stage of the sword chi realm, although some luck played a part, it also means that my current strength is enough to kill someone in the late stage of the 9th stage. It seems that I can also fight against someone in the peak stage of the 9th stage. Chu Mu thought to himself. He sheathed his sword and walked towards the corpse. Not long after, Chu Mu found some things on Duan Qingling, the Green Wolf double kill, and the Green Wolf 4 swords. As for the 37th stage swordsman, there was nothing valuable. There were 3 bottles of chi-gathering pills with 10 pills each, 4 bottles of chi-recovering pills with 10 pills each, and 4 bottles of blood-staunching pills with 10 pills each. In addition, there was 1 sword technique and 2 sword skills. The Green Wolf sword technique, the Green Wolf double kill, and the Green Wolf howling to the moon. Among them, the Green Wolf sword technique was a low-level sword technique that he found on the Green Wolf 4 swords. The Green Wolf double kill was a strange mid-level sword technique that was split into 2 sides. Either one of them had the power of a low-level sword technique. When the 2 sides were used together, their power would reach the mid-level. It was the Green Wolf double kill that was practiced. The Green Wolf howling to the moon was also a mid-level sword technique. It was the sword technique that Duan Qingling practiced. As for the swords they used, they were all refined swords. Chu Mu packed them up and prepared to take them back to the Green Edge sword sect to contribute. He could more or less get some contribution points. These guys are from the Green Wolf gang. I wonder where the headquarters of the Green Wolf gang is. Otherwise, I can loot it. Chu Mu thought to himself. He did not feel that it was a pity. It was lucky to get it, but it was normal not to get it. However, I can ask someone. Carrying the 7 swords on his back, Chu Mu walked towards Qinglan town with his arms full of things. At this time, the sun was in the sky, shining down on the earth. Countless rays of sunlight shone on the earth, bringing some warmth to the early winter. When Chu Mu walked into Qinglan town, almost everyone who saw him had a change in expression. They were all shocked and horrified. They already knew what had happened 20 days ago. The death of the 3 arts of the Green Wolf. Most of the people in Qinglan town knew that Duan Qingling had led many of his subordinates to kill Chu Mu. Just now, they saw Mo Yong, the military counselor of the Green Wolf gang, running back to Qinglan town in a hurry. They were still wondering what had happened. Not long after, they saw Mo Yong carrying a big bag and hurrying away. Now, they saw Chu Mu appear with 7 swords on his back. All of a sudden, everyone had their own guesses. Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Even the main force of the Green Wolf gang couldn't do anything to him. It looked like they were going to be killed instead. Chu Mu also noticed everyone's gaze, but he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he went directly to a person with a sword on his back and asked where the Green Wolf gang was. After asking a few people, no one knew. However, some people said that they saw Mo Yong carrying a big bag and hurrying away. Chu Mu knew that Mo Yong had taken away all the valuable things and gave up because he couldn't catch up. The Green Wolf gang was just a sword in someone else's hand, and the person who held the sword was Elder Yao Ri of the Qinglan sword sect. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation was not enough, Chu Mu was afraid that he would directly kill Elder Yao Ri on the spot. It looks like the Green Wolf gang is finished. Yeah, I guess even Duan Qingling was killed. No wonder Mo Yong left in a panic. Sigh, the Green Wolf gang is really unlucky to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Chu Mu didn't know that his name was slowly spreading, and he was gradually becoming famous. At least, All the forces and people in the entire Qinglan town regarded Chu Mu as one of the people who shouldn't be provoked. Stepping on the winding path, Chu Mu went up the mountain and headed to the Qingfeng sword sect. It took about 4 hours for Chu Mu to reach the mountain gate of the Qingfeng sword sect. At the mountain gate of the Qingfeng sword sect, there were 2 level 7 disciples guarding. They just happened to recognize Chu Mu. As soon as they saw him, they immediately greeted him with a sword salute and called out, "Senior Chu Mu!" Chu Mu returned the salute and walked into the mountain gate, leaving behind a back view that made the 2 disciples envious. "Haha, this is great. My sword qi cultivation has finally broken through." Zhao Taimu laughed, his voice full of excitement. "Come, let's go to the chore hall together." Wei Qian's face was also full of excitement because his sword qi cultivation had successfully broken through to level 4 of the sword qi realm. He didn't have to do the life tasks anymore. In the future, they would have a lot of time to cultivate and strive to improve their cultivation faster. They would strive to break through earlier and become an inner disciple. That was one of their dreams. "Let's go to the chore hall," Zhao Taimu said in high spirits. "I wonder how Chu Mu is doing now." Suddenly, Wei Qian subconsciously said the sentence, which made Zhao Taimu stop in his tracks. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately he was both happy and sad. Speaking of which, Chu Mu entered the sect a few months later than them and lived in the same wooden house. But unexpectedly, after being knocked unconscious, Chu Mu was reborn as if he was a different person after waking up. Since then, he had advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to level 4 of the sword qi realm. Not long after, Zhao Taimu and Wei Qian heard the news that Chu Mu had become an inner disciple. The inner sect was where their dreams lay. However, it was too far away from them. Only some of the more important things that happened in the inner sect would reach the ears of the outer sect disciples. Naturally, Zhao Taimu and Wei Qian would also hear about it. Chu Mu's performance in the 3 courtyards of the inner sect, dominating the soaring wind courtyard, killing Wang Feng, occupying the battle arena for a month and defeating Su Hualong from Qinglan sword sect. No matter which one it was enough to make everyone amazed. However, after Chu Mu defeated Su Hualong again, more than 20 days had passed and there was no news from him. I don't know. I haven't heard from him for a long time. But I believe that he will continue to improve and become a divine dragon that soars in the 9 heavens. Zhao Taimu was very happy. At the same time, he felt a sense of loss. He felt a sense of loss for the huge gap between himself and Chu Mu. Well, let's go. If he's a divine dragon that soars in the 9 heavens, then we have to work hard too. Wei Qian patted Zhao Taimu's shoulder to comfort Zhao Taimu and himself. At least, we used to be Chu Mu's roommates. We've been living together for almost a month. It'll be great to tell others about it. Haha, you're right. The sadness on Zhao Taimu's face was swept away. After saying that, the 2 of them walked towards the chore hall while laughing. "Brother Zhao, Brother Wei." Suddenly a call came from behind. The 2 of them turned around and were stunned. They froze like statues. Their faces were filled with excitement and disbelief. Their lips trembled slightly. Chu Mu. Oh no, Senior Brother Chu. Just call me Chu Mu. Chu Mu said with a sincere smile on his face. These 2 people used to be roommates. When he was frustrated, they took care of him. Chu Mu had always been grateful. Zhao Taimu and Wei Qian never thought that they would meet Chu Mu under such circumstances. Therefore, they were a little uneasy. After all, the current Chu Mu was completely different from before. "Oh, you've both broken through to the 4th stage of the sword qi realm. Congratulations," Chu Mu said with a smile. "Yeah, we just broke through to the 4th stage. We're on our way to the chore hall," Zhao Taimu said with a smile. His words were a little restrained. "Yeah, I didn't expect that we would be so lucky to meet you." Wei Qian also smiled. Chu Mu still had a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. The once heroic Zhao Taimu and crafty Wei Qian had become unnatural when facing him at this moment. They were restrained, and they weren't like their usual selves. Chu Mu was very clear about this mentality of theirs. He also knew that as he became more and more formidable and walked further and further, some of his former friends would gradually be unable to keep up with him and fall out of the group. In the end, that friendship would become worship, admiration, and even reverence. Chu Mu, who originally intended to go to the chore hall with Zhao Taimu and Wei Qian to visit Yan Quan, suddenly lost the mood. He stretched his hand into his pocket and fished out 2 porcelain bottles. "Take these 2 bottles of medicinal pills as my congratulatory gift for breaking through to the 4th stage of the Sword Qi realm," Chu Mu said as he passed the bottles over. This is too precious." Zhao, Taimu, and Wei Qian felt pleasantly surprised and a trace of reverence, and they didn't dare accept it. "Take it," Chu Mu said. "This is my kind intentions." Zhao, Taimu, and Wei Qian looked at each other. In the end, each of them took a bottle. "All right, I still have to go back to the Towering Wind courtyard to report. I hope that you can raise your cultivation as soon as possible and become inner disciples. At that time, we'll drink and chat happily," Chu Mu said as he turned around and left. "Definitely." Zhao, Taimu, and Wei Qian didn't answer. Instead, they clenched the porcelain bottles in their hands and secretly made up their minds. They didn't know that the medicinal pills in the porcelain bottles weren't the qi-nourishing pills they imagined, but the more valuable qi-gathering pills. Moreover, there were 10 of them. Recommended a book by a friend. There's a link below. Book ID equals 2499528. Book name equals Usurping the Throne. Chapter 73. This is the second update. All kinds of recommendation tickets and all kinds of suitors are on the front page. Let's wave our swords and rush to the top of the member clicker list on the front page. Go, go, go! After leaving, Chu Mu felt a little uneasy in his heart. He did not rush back to the Towering Wind courtyard. Instead, he subconsciously walked and unknowingly walked to the edge of the cliff. It's been a long time since I last saw this place. Since becoming an inner disciple, Chu Mu had never been here again. This time it could be considered as revisiting an old place. The grass blocking the entrance of the cave had turned yellow. Chu Mu pushed aside the yellow grass and bent over to pass through the small cave entrance. What greeted him was a breeze that carried a bit of the chill of the mountains. What entered his eyes was a surging, white cloud sea. Turning around and facing the mountain wall, Chu Mu stared at the marks on the mountain wall. Those were the marks left by the sword Qi when he was practicing his swordsmanship. His finger gently brushed across the sword marks. These sword marks, some shallow and short, some deep and long, crisscrossed and seemed to be messy. His finger brushed across the sword marks, one by one. There were no residual sword Qi fluctuations on them. Chu Mu's eyes became deep. Even he himself did not know what he was thinking. Turning around, he walked to the edge of the cliff in a few steps. It seemed that as long as he was blown by the wind, he would fall into the sea of clouds. However, Chu Mu stood there like a pine tree on the precipice, not moving at all. There was wind, sunlight, and billowing clouds. Between the white clouds, it formed a beautiful and vast picture. Suddenly, the depth in Chu Mu's eyes gradually disappeared and became bright. A trace of haze in the bottom of his heart gradually melted. Like a drop of ink being washed by clear water, it faded and finally dissipated into nothingness. Everyone has their own path, their own growth, their own opportunities, their own beginnings, their own processes, and their own endings. Meeting is fate, knowing is fate, knowing is fate. If we can become good friends and walk together, it is ultimately a good thing. Chu Mu muttered to himself with a smile on his face. He was relieved. However, everyone is a unique whole. Some people are destined to stagger. Some people are destined to ride the wind and the sword. In the end, they are different. Only those with the same temperament can truly be friends and companions. Chu Mu only felt that his mind had become clearer. Everything around him had become clearer, and he could sense it more easily. The churning sea of clouds seemed to have entered Chu Mu's eyes, gathering and parting, parting and reuniting, rolling and unrolling. Clouds come and gather, clouds scatter, and clouds vanish. In the end, there's no meaning in leaving or staying. Life and death are formless. All kinds of enlightenment gushed out like spring water, gushing into Chu Mu's mind. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt as if he was in a boundless sea of clouds. Around his eyes there were countless white clouds flying past, twisting, circling. Chu Mu's pupils seemed to have turned white as well, drifting slowly like white clouds. In an instant, Chu Mu seemed to have transformed into a white cloud, blending into the endless sea of clouds. Unknowingly, his comprehension of the concept of clouds gradually deepened. Chu Mu could not feel the flow of time. As he wandered in the boundless sea of clouds, he forgot about time, forgot about the world, and forgot about himself. Unknowingly, the sun set in the west. The setting sun was as red as blood, illuminating the western horizon. Chu Mu suddenly sobered up. His eyes were still red. Only then did he realize that he had been standing here for half a day. Chu Mu slowly exhaled the breath of white air. It was like the clouds drifting and dissipating. Chu Mu smiled from the bottom of his heart. Unknowingly, his comprehension of the concept of clouds had increased from 5% to 10%. It is only a 5% increase. Indeed, the difficulty of comprehending the second concept is several times higher, Chu Mu thought to himself. If the concept of clouds was the first concept that Chu Mu comprehended, then perhaps he could have raised it to 15%. Chu Mu already felt at ease in his heart. There were no more barriers. He turned around, his clothes fluttering as he left with large strides. Like the wind, there is no meaning in leaving or leaving. Like the clouds, formless in life and death. The wind is light and the clouds are indifferent. With a wave of his sleeve, he does not take away any clouds. His journey was brisk, as if his entire person was about to soar. Chu Mu first went to the Internal Affairs Hall. He exchanged 700 refined swords for 35 contribution points. Then, he rushed to the 3 courtyards of the inner sect. I wonder if Xiao Wei cooked for me? Chu Mu thought to himself. Soon after, he smiled. She did not know that I would come back. She probably would not cook for me. I'll just have to make do with the dry food first. Soon, Chu Mu arrived in front of the towering Wind Courtyard's stone tablet. Glancing at the stone tablet, Chu Mu did not feel anything. He did not force it. He passed by the stone tablet and walked towards the towering Wind Courtyard's gravel path. At this time, 2 figures walked over from the opposite side. One was green, and the other was white. They were a male and female disciple. It's them. Chu Mu's eyes were sharp. He saw the two's appearance with one glance and frowned slightly. At the same time, the male and female inner sect disciples also saw Chu Mu. They were stunned at first, then their faces changed. The female disciple's face was full of joy. She rushed over in big strides. She was like a young girl who had not seen her lover for a long time and could not wait to see her lover return. The male disciple's face changed. His eyes flashed with anger and coldness. He hurriedly used his movement technique. Whoosh! He passed the female disciple and appeared in front of Chu Mu. You're finally back. The male disciple's tone was very stiff with a trace of hostility and command. It made Chu Mu feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. A good dog does not block the way. This person was the elite disciple of the main palace, Wenren, who had threatened him on the battle arena that day. Chu Mu naturally would not be polite to him. You. Wenren's face darkened. He grabbed the sword hilt with one hand. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. Senior brother Wenren, move aside. The female disciple was Luo Yuling, who claimed to be the best swordswoman of the main palace, but was easily defeated by Chu Mu. Wenran Yun glared at Chu Mu fiercely. He let go of the sword hilt and moved aside. Luo Yuling walked over. A light fragrance came over. Chu Mu, I want you to practice with me. Luo Yuling looked at Chu Mu. There was a trace of grievance and joy in her eyes. There was also a sense of righteousness. After being easily defeated by Chu Mu and hearing Chu Mu's words, Luo Yuling angrily left and told her father about her grievances. In the end, her father just smiled and called a few inner sect disciples of the main palace who had similar cultivation to her. They were not allowed to hold back and use their full strength to fight with Luo Yuling. Only then did Luo Yuling realize that these junior brothers, who usually couldn't even withstand 10 strikes of her sword, were all highly skilled in swordsmanship. They were actually on par with her. Only then did she realize that they had been letting her win in the past. At first, she was angry. Then, she calmed down and thought about it. Luo Yuling finally understood that it was only her senior brothers who cared about her. However, this was obviously not what she wanted. So, Luo Yuling thought of Chu Mu, the person who had dared to defeat her with just a few strikes. After that, everything about Chu Mu was dug out. Luo Yuling was amazed. Because of this, she also had the idea of learning from Chu Mu. Who was she? She was the daughter of the headmaster of Qingfeng sword sect. Her status was noble. It was impossible for her to ask Chu Mu to teach her swordsmanship. So, she came up with the idea of asking Chu Mu to practice swordsmanship with her. In Luo Yuling's opinion, it was Chu Mu's honor that she personally went to ask Chu Mu to teach her swordsmanship. Chu Mu must be very grateful. Therefore, she set off for Lingfeng courtyard. Wenran Yun followed her like a shadow. She didn't expect that Chu Mu wasn't there. This made the excited Luo Yuling feel as if she had been splashed with cold water. In the following period of time, Luo Yuling would come to Towering Wind Courtyard every few days to find Chu Mu, but she still couldn't find him. Therefore, she felt wronged and secretly told herself that Chu Mu was not that great. There were many people who wanted to practice swordsmanship with her. Chu Mu was not one of them. Unexpectedly, when she was about to leave Lingfeng Courtyard, she saw Chu Mu coming from the opposite direction. Not interested. Chu Mu heard her and responded coldly without thinking. He walked around Luo Yuling and strode away. Stop! Wenran Yun flashed and stopped Chu Mu. She said angrily and was about to draw her sword. Get out of the way. Chu Mu glanced at Wenran Yun with an indifferent expression. She was only at the middle stage of the 9th stage of the Sword Chi realm. Chu Mu did not take her seriously. Wenran Yun felt that she could not bear to draw her sword. Senior brother Wenran, stop. Luo Yuling turned around and shouted. Then she looked at Chu Mu. I'm going to tell my father now. He orders you to practice swordsmanship with me in the future. Chu Mu did not answer. He almost ignored her and walked forward. His imposing manner made Wenran Yun unconsciously avoid him. Looking at Chu Mu's back, Luo Yuling felt even more wronged. She held back her tears and clenched her small hands. She secretly decided that she must ask her father to order him to practice swordsmanship with her, whether it was to vent her anger or for other reasons. Chapter 74. I'm late to the 3rd update. Please recommend me. Chu Mu's return was out of Li Wei's expectations. It made Li Wei extremely happy. She hurriedly prepared even more delicacies to properly reward Chu Mu. Chu Mu smiled and didn't refuse. Instead, he sat on the 2nd floor's balcony and looked at the dusky sky. He didn't think about anything and emptied his mind. Only when Li Wei brought out the fragrant dishes did Chu Mu come back to his senses and slowly enjoy them. As for Li Wei, she quietly sat to the side and watched Chu Mu eat. From time to time, she would chat with him. After that, Chu Mu had Li Wei practice her sword skills. He wanted to see how much progress she had made in the month he wasn't here and give her some pointers. Chu Mu also discovered that Li Wei's cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the sword chi realm. His heart trembled, and he took out the last bottle of chi-gathering pills. This thing was already useless to him, but it was very useful to Li Wei. Li Wei was both happy and grateful. She would probably wake up laughing from her sweet dreams for the entire night, talking softly and relaxing his body and mind. This kind of feeling was very pleasing to occasionally enjoy, especially for Chu Mu, who had comprehended the dual concepts of wind and cloud. It was even more appropriate. Tomorrow, I'll first pay a visit to the High Wind Sect Master and then go to the sword battle arena. After that, I'll do my best to obtain chi-gathering pills and raise my cultivation to the peak of the 8th stage as soon as possible. Chu Mu thought to himself. After washing up, he went to sleep. You're back. Not bad. Your cultivation has increased a bit. The High Wind Sect Master looked at Chu Mu. His eyes flashed as he smiled. He had only seen that Chu Mu's cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 8th stage to the middle stage. He didn't know that Chu Mu's comprehension of the concept of wind had reached 30%. Moreover, his second concept, the concept of cloud, had also reached 10%. He also had the inheritance of a transcendent sword skill and comprehended a sword force that he had never comprehended before. Otherwise, he might have directly pissed his pants. I've gained something from my trip home, Chu Mu said with a smile. Very good with your 8th phase middle stage sword chi cultivation. 20% wind mentality and exquisite sword arts. You can sweep away any 8th phase disciple in our school. Even an elite disciple in the early and middle stage of the 9th phase may not be your opponent. You can compete with the late stage or even the peak stage of the 9th phase. Ling Feng Sect Master clapped his hands and laughed. He was extremely happy. In another 2 months, it will be our triennial Qing Feng sword battle gathering. In the past, our 3 inner courts were just going through the motions and were unable to obtain any rankings at all. But this time, I believe that you will be able to show your talent in the sword battle gathering. Sect Master, can you tell me more about the Qing Feng Sword Battle Festival? Chu Mu asked curiously. The Qing Feng Sword Battle Festival began 100 years after our sect was founded. It is held every 3 years. Ling Feng Sect Master slowly said. In theory, any disciple has the qualifications to participate, but those who can truly enter the Qing Feng Sword Battle Festival are all disciples in the 8th or 9th phase of the Sword Chi realm. You also know that whether it is the inner court disciples of the main palace or 3 courts, once they break through to the 9th phase, they will become the elite disciples of the main palace. So, the 8th phase disciples are often just going through the motions to gain experience. Only the 9th phase disciples can truly fight to the end. In the end, those who can obtain the top 3 are usually at the peak of the 9th phase. Chu Mu nodded. Let me tell you, the rewards for the top 3 of every sword battle festival are the same and have never changed. But to any swordsman, it has a fatal attraction. Ling Feng Sect Master had a mysterious and yearning look. After feeling that he had aroused Chu Mu's curiosity enough, he continued to show off. You also know that when a swordsman has comprehended the first conception, the difficulty of comprehending the second will increase exponentially. And the top 3 of the Qing Feng Sword Battle Festival's rewards are to comprehend the Qing Feng Sword Steel for 3 days, 2 days, and 1 day. There is a 5% chance of comprehending the gold conception, a 10% chance of comprehending an advanced sword skill, and a 30% chance of comprehending an intermediate gold sword skill. How is it? Is it attractive enough? Gold conception. Chu Mu was truly shocked. Now that he had comprehended the wind and cloud conception, if he comprehended the gold conception, he would have 3 kinds of conception. Moreover, Chu Mu had already deeply experienced the benefits of comprehending conception. Conception could not only increase the power of sword skills of the same element, but it also had an obvious auxiliary and accelerated effect on the cultivation of sword skills of the same element. Moreover, the gold element was said to be the sharpest of all elements. Chu Mu was moved. Are you moved? Actually, I am also very moved. However, the Qingfeng sword steel is the best for everyone's first comprehension, and it will get weaker and weaker. Lingfeng sect master sighed with regret. It's a pity that when I comprehended the Qingfeng sword steel, I only comprehended an intermediate sword skill. If you can raise your cultivation to the peak of the 8th phase before the sword battle festival starts, you might be able to compete with those disciples at the peak of the 9th phase and fight for the top 3. I will. Chu Mu nodded. Sect Master, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Wait, you brat. Did you offend the Sect Master's daughter? Ling Feng Sect Master said as he looked at Chu Mu with a strange expression. Sect Master's daughter? Chu Mu was slightly stunned. A white figure flashed in his mind. Only then did he realize that it was the Sect Master's daughter. No wonder she was so willful and spoiled. You can say so. You're so awesome. Ling Feng Sect Master looked at Chu Mu speechlessly for a long time before giving him a thumbs up. Last night, an elder of the main hall came to find me, hoping that you can practice the sword with her. I don't have time. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with an apologetic look as he said indifferently, Sect Master, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. I knew you would say that. Go. Ling Feng Sect Master said with a smile. He didn't pay much attention to such matters. It was just a spoiled temper. After bidding farewell to the Ling Feng Sect Master, Chu Mu went straight to the sword battle arena. When Chen Jin saw Chu Mu appear, he was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. When the other disciples saw Chu Mu, they were all incomparably excited, but at the same time their hearts were extremely complicated. I hope that this time you can break the previous record and create a new one. Chen Jin handed the unsharpened 100 refined sword to Chu Mu and said solemnly, 2 months. Chu Mu took the sword and said, making Chen Jin even more excited. Chu Mu went up on stage. Senior brother Chu, I haven't seen you for a month. My sword skills are even more profound than before. Please guide me. The guardian of the stage said after saluting to Chu Mu. His expression was a little excited, but also incomparably vigilant. Please. Chu Mu returned the salute and smiled. After Chu Mu let the other party attack more than 10 times, he defeated the other party with a single strike. After that, the sword battle arena was Chu Mu's world. Chu Mu once again dominated the sword battle arena. 2 months. For an entire 2 months, Chu Mu would be on the sword battle arena every day. At the same time, at the highest point of the sword battle tablet, there was a small bronze sword engraved with Chu Mu's name, symbolizing an unprecedented glory. Chapter 75. I wonder how long this record will last before it's broken by someone in the future. Chen Jin looked at the only small bronze sword on the highest column of the fighting sword monument and muttered to himself, This is an honor that belongs to Chu Mu. It is also an honor that belongs to me, Chen Jin. It may even belong to the Qingfeng sword sect. 2 months later, Chu Mu no longer appeared. Everyone knew that with Chu Mu's cultivation, there was no need for him to come to the battle sword arena. Here, Chu Mu's figure was left behind. His legend was left behind. His sword was left behind. Every sword was so exquisite and peerless. Every sword was so breathtaking that it caused people to linger on and forget to return. It was unforgettable. On the balcony of the 2nd floor of Pavilion number 91 in the towering wind courtyard, Chu Mu sat cross-legged, the 100 refined sword resting on his legs. His eyes were closed, his mind focused, and his sword qi moved. The Zhongyuan sword qi manual had already reached the peak of the 4th level. With another breakthrough, it would be the 5th level, the final level. And Chu Mu's cultivation was stuck between the late and peak of the 8th level. As long as he completely digested this qi refining pill, he would be able to reach the peak of the 8th level. 24 cycles, one cycle after another. The medicinal power of the qi refining pill was slowly absorbed by Chu Mu, converted into Zhongyuan sword qi. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt his sword chi pause, as if some change had occurred. It seemed to have become a little purer. He knew that not only had he reached the peak of the 8th level, the Zhongyuan sword chi manual had also reached the 5th level. Unfortunately, the Zhongyuan sword chi manual was only a very ordinary sword chi manual. There was nothing special about it. Every breakthrough in level only made the Zhongyuan sword chi a little purer. After 2 months, my sword chi cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level. The Grandmaster level sword chi range has also reached 5 meters. Chu Mu thought, it's a pity that Feng and Yun have not deepened. But my understanding of sword force has deepened, but it is not obvious. As for the Green Wolf sword art, Green Wolf double kill, and Green Wolf howling to the moon, they are already in Desheng's possession. Chu Mu had only cultivated the Green Wolf sword technique, Green Wolf double kill sword technique, and Green Wolf howling to the moon sword technique out of interest. In terms of overall strength, they are 30 to 40% stronger than 2 months ago. It's just that I feel that with my current cultivation, it would be very difficult for me to use the simplified version of the appearance of wind. It would be very difficult. During these 2 months, Chu Mu had never stopped comprehending the aspect of wind. In theory, he had already reached the small success stage. If his cultivation base was high enough, he would definitely be able to use it. Senior Marshal Brother, it's time for dinner. Li Wei walked over with a smile while carrying a plate of fragrant dishes. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Mu smiled as he temporarily put aside all other thoughts and concentrated on enjoying the delicacies that Li Wei had meticulously cooked. In the past 2 months, Li Wei's progress was also very obvious. With the help of Chu Mu's bottle of qi gathering pills and 2 months of hard work, Li Wei's sword qi cultivation had already reached the late 6th stage. As for swordsmanship, the flying cloud sword art was close to perfection, and the soaring wind sword art was close to Desheng's. In addition to Li Wei's own hard work and talent, Chu Mu's occasional guidance was also inseparable. Not bad. It won't be long before you can reach the 7th stage and be promoted to an inner disciple. Chu Mu smiled at Li Wei after dinner. All of this is because Senior Marshal Brother Chu has done his best to help and guide me. Li Wei chuckled, her little face blushing. Hee, I'm just lending a helping hand. Chu Mu smiled. When he thought of the word guidance, his expression suddenly became a little strange because he suddenly thought of that person, Luo Yuling. Yes, 2 months ago, after Chu Mu refused the Soaring Wind Palm Academy's offer to practice swordsmanship with Luo Yuling. From time to time, Luo Yuling would come to the arena to find him and insist on fighting with him on the arena, although every time she would be easily defeated by Chu Mu, and after every defeat, she would be full of grievances, but the next time, there would still be a kind of tenacity after repeated defeats. Although Chu Mu did not agree to Luo Yuling's occasional proposal to practice swordsmanship with her, he would not refuse to fight with Luo Yuling on the arena. In Chu Mu's eyes, Luo Yuling was actually just a spoiled and newly spoiled girl in the hands of many people. There was no good or evil in her. As for Wenren Yun, in Chu Mu's eyes, she was just a grasshopper. Tomorrow is the opening day of the Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival. Chu Mu stood up and looked at the dark sky. Looking at the twinkling cold stars in the night, a sense of pride filled his heart and rippled in his chest. I must occupy one of the top 3. Qingfeng Sword Steel Metal Concept. At dawn the next day, the weather was even colder after entering winter. A layer of frost covered the edge of the pond. Even breathing would make one's mouth and nose feel ice cold. Waves of white air came in and out. Chu Mu woke up early as usual. After washing up with ice-cold water, he was full of energy. The Zhongyuan sword qi art was a must. After 24 cycles, Chu Mu's peak 8th stage sword qi cultivation had consolidated a little. The sword qi protective secret technique only had the 1st and 2nd stage. It lacked the follow-up, so Chu Mu could not cultivate it. When Chu Mu finished practicing the Zhongyuan sword chi art, he brought his sword downstairs. Coincidentally, Li Wei walked out of her room to practice her sword outside the building. After looking through it and giving some pointers, Chu Mu came to the Ling Feng sword platform and planned on practicing a few rounds of sword techniques. However, he discovered that although the weather was cold and frost could be seen everywhere, there were over 40 inner sect disciples on the Ling Feng sword platform who were practicing in full swing, dispelling the cold. Senior Brother Chu, good morning. Senior Brother Chu, you're here. When these inner sect disciples saw Chu Mu, they all saluted with their swords and shouted loudly. After Chu Mu returned the greeting, he pulled out his sword and began to practice his sword techniques. The 40 or so disciples and the disciples that came one after another watched Chu Mu practice his sword in 3 circles. Oh, so that's how it is. The Ling Feng sword art should be used like this. After seeing Senior Brother Chu practice, I know how clumsy my sword art is. Yes, Senior Brother Chu's sword art is unfathomable. No one can compare. Many inner disciples nodded their heads secretly. From time to time, they would reveal a look of enlightenment. Li Yang was also among them. He had already adjusted his mentality and was no longer entangled in the past. Han Rui was also very humble. He looked at Chu Mu with a hint of awe. On the Ling Feng sword platform, Chu Mu did not stay for long. After practicing for a short while, he put away his sword and left, heading to the Ling Feng Academy. A few days ago, the Ling Feng Academy had already sent a deacon to inform Chu Mu that today he had to go to his place. It was related to the Qing Feng sword competition. Chu Mu would not let go of such a grand event. Qing Feng sword steel. Concept of metal. Senior Brother Chu, take care. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Chu. The inner sect disciples all saluted Chu Mu with their swords and sent him off respectfully. Even the Ling Feng Academy had never enjoyed such treatment. It was enough to show that the current status of Chu Mu in the hearts of many disciples of the Ling Feng Academy was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chapter 76. Not bad, your cultivation has really reached the peak of the 8th stage. Just nice. The eyes of the High Wind Academy lit up as he looked at Chu Mu and nodded. If you break through to the 9th stage, then you will be included in the main hall as an elite disciple. With this peak of the 8th stage, coupled with your sword arts and 20% concept of wind, you can even fight against a disciple at the peak of the 9th stage. You might even be able to win and fight for the top 3. I will definitely be in the top 3, Chu Mu said. His calm tone contained a sense of confidence. Good, haha. The Ling Feng sect master laughed very happily. This time, we'll let those people in the main hall see that we, the 3 inner courtyards, don't just go through the motions every time. This time, we'll make their eyeballs pop out of their heads. Chu Mu didn't say anything. Looking at the High Wind Academy, he could feel the excitement, joy, and expectation that came from the bottom of his heart. Let's go. The 3 courtyards should gather. It's time to go to the main hall. After laughing loudly, the High Wind Academy regained his calm. He held his sword and smiled at Chu Mu. Every time the Qing Feng sword battle gathering comes, our 3 courtyards will choose 2 people to participate. As they walked, the High Wind Academy said, but this time, our High Wind Academy only needs you to participate. 1 more or 1 less. There's no difference at all. Yes, Chu Mu nodded. Not long after, Chu Mu and the High Wind Academy arrived at a small mountain gate. There were 2 disciples at the 8th stage of the sword Qi realm guarding the mountain gate. In addition, there were 6 other people. Academy Headley, you're so slow. Among the 6 people, 2 of them were about the same age as the High Wind Academy. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The one who spoke was a man. He had a dignified appearance, a bitter face, and a dull voice. The woman's appearance couldn't be said to be very beautiful, but she gave off a gentle feeling. She always had a faint smile on her face making it easy for people to have a good impression of her. "It's you guys who came too early," the Lingfeng sect master replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the other 4 disciples. At the same time, the 4 disciples also saw Chu Mu. Their eyes lit up with joy, worship, awe, and other mixed emotions. Chu Mu, he's the headmaster of the Rumbling Thunder Academy, and she's the headmaster of the Clear Water Academy. The High Wind sect master introduced him to Chu Mu. Then he looked at the Thunder sect master and the Clear Water sect master and said, "He is Chu Mu. This time, our High Wind sect will send Chu Mu. He is Chu Mu." The gazes of sect master Minglei and sect master Bashui landed on Chu Mu. Their gazes flickered like lightning and water, causing Chu Mu to feel even more pressure. It was as if the air around him had solidified and his entire body was bound. Furthermore, it was as if he was being seen through. However, Chu Mu's expression did not change. Instead, he saluted with his sword toward the 2. "You do have some ability. No wonder you were able to kill Wang Feng. I hope you can still fight against the elite disciples of the main palace. Don't lose face for the High Wind sect." Sect Master Minglei's tone was a bit harsh. His attitude was not friendly at all. "Peak of the 8th level sword chi. I heard that your sword arts are extremely exquisite, far surpassing the other disciples. I hope you can get a good ranking in this Qingfeng sword battle gathering and give the main palace a surprise." The Clear Water sect master smiled from ear to ear. Her voice was soft like water, and her attitude was kind. "Haha, you guys just wait and see. This time, Chu Mu will definitely give the main palace a big surprise." The High Wind sect master smiled. He was full of confidence in Chu Mu because he knew about Chu Mu's strength. Chu Mu's sword art was the High Wind sword art. The Clear Wind sword art he had comprehended was the concept of wind. Under 20% of the concept of wind, the power of his wind sword arts would increase by 2 times. Moreover, his attack speed would also increase. Originally, the speed of wind sword arts was already very fast. Under the amplification, it became even faster. Its power was doubled, making it even more powerful. Moreover, there was a very important point. For swordsmen who cultivated the same sword arts, the difference between comprehending the same sword concept and not comprehending the same sword concept was even greater. It could form a kind of weakening and even suppression. Just like in the Chu family, when Chu Mu had fought against Wang Qi had also used wind sword arts. In the end, he had been completely suppressed by Chu Mu. Even if his cultivation base was 1 level higher than Chu Mu's, it was of no use. I hope so. Sect Master Minglei's attitude was still unfriendly. He coldly snorted. "Let's go. We should go up." The Clear Water sect master smile was still as gentle as before. After passing through the small mountain gate and walking 100 meters on a small path, there was a flight of stairs that led up to the main hall. This flight of stairs is called the Heavenly Stairs. There are a total of 999 of them. The High Wind sect master smiled as he introduced them to Chu Mu. Although the main hall and the 3 courtyards belong to the Azure Edge sword sect, to a certain extent, they can be considered 2 branches of the sword sect. The Heavenly Stairs are used for the main hall's disciple recruitment test every 5 years. Only those who pass through the Heavenly Stairs within a set time can enter the second test. So that's how it is. Chu Mu suddenly understood. He was curious. Once a disciple of the 3 courtyards reached the 9th level of sword chi, they would immediately become an elite disciple of the main hall. Then, where did the main hall's disciples below the 9th level come from? Now that he heard the High Wind sect master's words, Chu Mu finally understood. That's right. Chu Mu, you don't need to take Minglei's attitude to heart. The High Wind sect master's lips moved slightly, but there was no sound. However, Chu Mu directly heard his words. The reason he is so unfriendly towards you is completely because of Wang Feng. Originally, Wang Feng was one of the candidates from the Thunder Academy to participate in the Qing Feng sword competition. The other candidate was He Keiming. But now He Keiming has become an elite disciple, and Wang Feng has died in your hands. Minglei has no one else he can use and can only pick 2 ordinary 8th level peak disciples to make up the numbers. Therefore, he must be very depressed in his heart. However, as long as you can rank among the top 3 in the sword battle gathering, his attitude towards you will change 180 degrees. And I don't care. Chu Mu said softly. He didn't have the ability to use sword aura to transmit sound. Suddenly, Chu Mu remembered that he had external sword aura. Could he control external sword aura and do something similar to sword aura transmission? Chu Mu knew that normally, when speaking, sound relied on air to transmit. Thus, if he could control the external sword aura, would he be able to transmit his voice directly through the external sword aura into the opponent's ears without scattering and preventing others from hearing him? Thinking of this, Chu Mu pondered and didn't say anything. There were 999 steps. Going up 1 step at a time would also take a considerable amount of time. Finally, the 8 of them reached the last step. What appeared in front of them was a large, open space, paved with green stone slabs. This was the sword training field outside the main hall. In the middle, there was a protruding, circular platform with a diameter of 20 meters. This was the sword platform used by the inner disciples of the main hall to spar. At the end of the path was a great hall. It was green in color and stood tall and lofty. It was surrounded by a sharp aura, as if it was a giant sword that pointed to the heavens, showing its sharpness. That is the Qing Feng main hall. This time, the Qing Feng sword battle gathering will be held in the inner sword training field behind the main hall. Let's go, Lingfeng's sect master said. The 8 of them, each with different emotions and the same excitement, walked towards the majestic main hall with large strides. The sunlight shone on the sword training field outside. It was like a glowing white veil falling on Chu Mu and the others, making them feel a trace of warmth. Walking towards them was the future and hope. Their hearts were even more fiery, like the sun in the sky shining on everything. Chapter 77. The Qing Feng sword competition was held once every 3 years and was extremely grand. From the headmaster to the outer disciples, everyone was mobilized. The outer disciples naturally did not have the qualifications to participate. However, some of them would be selected as temporary attendants to serve tea to the headmaster and the elders. At the same time, they would be able to witness this competition with their own eyes. To them, this was like being hit by a pie. When Chu Mu and the others arrived at the inner sword training field, there were already close to 200 people gathered here. They were all from the main hall. The inner sword training field was naturally not as big as the outer sword training field, but it was still extremely easy to accommodate more than 100 people at the same time. Chu Mu slowly swept his gaze across. In the inner sword training field, there was also a circular sword platform with a diameter of 20 meters. In addition, about 20 meters away from the sword discourse arena, at the 4 corners of the sword practice field, there were 4 sword observation platforms with a height of 5 meters and a diameter of 10 meters. Their purpose was naturally to let people stay on top of them and watch the sword battle. Behind each observation platform, there was a small staircase that connected to the ground. That is our Qing Feng sword sect's headmaster, Luo Tianxiong. The Lingfeng sect master gestured to the tall and sturdy middle-aged man sitting on the chair in the middle of the observation platform. He whispered to Chu Mu, "Those beside him are the elders of the main hall and the elite disciples who are going to participate in the sword competition." Chu Mu took a deep look and nodded. He looked at the other 3 observation platforms. There were only chairs and tables on them, but there was no one. "Sect master, are these people not participating in the Qing Feng sword competition?" Chu Mu shifted his gaze and swept across the more than 100 people in the sword training field who were 20 meters away from the center of the sword platform and asked softly, "Of course." The Lingfeng sect master swept a glance and smiled. "These are the inner disciples of the main hall. They are only here to watch. In the main palace, only the elite disciples are qualified to participate in the Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival. As for us, the strongest disciple is only at stage 8, so we are allowed to have 2 spots each time. Each time, our 3 academies are just going through the motions." The Jadewater School head laughed. "Monastery head, isn't this very unfair to our 3 courtyards?" A disciple of the Blue Water courtyard asked softly, "Fair? There is no such thing as fairness in this world." A mocking glint flashed across Ming Lei's eyes as he sneered. "You can't say that. Actually, the original purpose of the 3 inner courts was to share the pressure of the main palace, and at the same time, to form a kind of healthy competition within the sword sect." The Lingfeng sect master explained with a smile. "Simply put, although our 3 inner courts are independent of the main hall to a certain extent, we still have an inseparable relationship with the main hall. For example, when an inner disciple broke through to stage 9, they would enter the main palace and become an elite disciple, receiving better training. In the end, whether it is the main palace or the 3 courtyards, there is only one purpose, and that is to strengthen the Qingfeng sword sect. Although it is said that way, the nature of this has changed a little over the years. Originally, letting 2 disciples from each courtyard participate was to let them broaden their horizons and personally experience the difference between them and the elite disciples. This would allow them to have a clearer goal. The Jadewater School head continued softly, a trace of worry on his face. "But now, every Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival is a nightmare for our 3 courtyards. We are always ridiculed by others, and the disciples who go on stage often receive all kinds of blows." At this point, the 4 disciples from the Thunderclap and Jadewater courtyards paled slightly. They clearly understood this. Chumu looked pensive and didn't reply. "Don't worry this time, with Chumu here, he will definitely give the main hall a pleasant surprise. If they continue to ridicule, then Chumu's performance will be a fierce slap to their faces." The Lingfeng sect master said with a confident smile. Surprisingly, the Thunderclap sect master didn't attack Chumu. The 4 disciples also looked at Chumu with sparkling eyes. The Jadewater School head said with a gentle smile, "Chumu, you have to perform well. Not only will you win glory for the Lingfeng courtyard, but our 2 courtyards will also benefit." "I will do my best," Chumu said softly. "Let's go to the sword observation platform first," the Lingfeng sect master said softly. Shortly after, he brought Chumu to the sword observation platform of the Lingfeng courtyard, while the Thunderclap and Jadewater School heads brought their 2 disciples to their respective sword observation platforms. Looking down from above, it was a different feeling. At this moment, a large group of people rushed in from the outside, attracting everyone's attention. They walked towards the 3 sword observation platforms, and the elders walked up one after another. They were all elders of the 3 courtyards. "Chumu, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved a lot." Elder Lin greeted with a smile, as if he was treating Chumu as a peer. The other 2 elders stared at Chumu with shining eyes, as if they wanted to see through Chumu. "Chumu greets the 3 elders." Chumu saluted with his sword, then looked at Elder Lin and smiled. "This is the result of occupying the sword battle arena for a few months." "Oh, no wonder. But with your sword skills, occupying the sword battle arena for a few months isn't a difficult thing." Elder Lin suddenly understood and laughed. The other 2 elders were even more curious. Their eyes had an eagerness of wanting to see Chu-Mu's sword techniques. At this moment, on the sword observation platform of the main hall, a slender elder in his 50s with a sword on his back quickly stood up and leaped into the air. His sleeves covered the sky, and he landed on the circular sword battle arena in a graceful and concise manner like a large bird. Welcome everyone to the Triennial Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival. This is the 33rd Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival. The main hall elder opened his mouth and said in a clear voice. His voice was like a bell, spreading all around and landing in everyone's ears. They couldn't help but be excited. In these 3 years, there have been many talented disciples competing with each other. I believe that this year's Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival will be even more exciting than the previous one. The 33rd Qingfeng Sword Sect. Each Qingfeng Sword Sect lasts for 3 years and 99 years. Chu Mu thought to himself. Just like the previous years, the top 3 spots in this sword battle festival will still be rewarded. The main hall elder said in a clear voice, the rewards are the same as before. The first place can enter the Qingfeng Ancient Cave to comprehend the Qingfeng sword steel for 3 days. The second place can comprehend it for 2 days, and the third place can comprehend it for 1 day. When the disciples heard this, they all became excited. Even the elders and sect masters revealed envious expressions. They were envious that they couldn't participate in the Sword Battle Festival and didn't have the chance to compete for the top 3 spots. It could be seen how attractive the Qingfeng sword steel was to them. Now, disciples who are participating in the Sword Battle Festival, please come up to the stage and draw lots to choose your opponent for the first round. After the main hall elder finished speaking, 2 disciples walked over from the side carrying a lottery tube that was half the height of a person and stood beside the main hall elder. Go, the Lingfeng sect master said to Chu Mu. At this time, the elite disciples on the main hall's sword observation platform leaped up one by one. They were like big birds, bats, and fish as they displayed their movement techniques. Some were straight, some were swimming, some were drawing arcs, some were gliding, and some were taking in various postures. They freely breathed in midair as they flew towards the sword discourse platform in the middle. The last 3 suddenly shot out like 3 arrows that had left the bow. They were straight, fast, and sharp, giving people the feeling of a sword that could not be blocked. They didn't even need to breathe. Look, it's eldest senior brother. There's also second senior brother and third senior brother. The 3 senior brothers are indeed the most powerful disciples in our main hall. Their movement techniques are so sharp and swift that no one can compare to them. In my opinion, the top 3 of this year's Sword Battle Festival will definitely be the 3 senior brothers. I just don't know which senior brother will be able to get second, and which senior brother will be able to get second or third. And at this time, Chu Mu and the 4 disciples of the Thunder Academy and the Blue Water Academy all leaped up from the sword observation platform, landed, and then used their movement techniques to head towards the sword discourse platform. The 4 disciples weren't strong enough to support their leap from the sword observation platform to the sword platform. Although Chu Mu's cultivation wasn't strong enough, he had 30% wind concept. With wind travel, he could easily leap onto the sword platform. However, he did not do so because Chu Mu did not want to attract so much attention. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Those participating disciples of the 3 academies. I'm dying of laughter. Compared to the elite disciples of our main hall, they are like pheasants on the ground compared to phoenixes in the sky. They can't even fly from the sword observation platform to the sword discourse platform. They can't even breathe in the middle. What are they doing here? Are they here to make a fool of themselves? All sorts of discussions and ridicule rose and fell and entered the ears of Chu Mu and the others. Chu Mu's expression did not change and was not disturbed in the slightest, but the other 4's expressions changed greatly and they were a little alarmed. Don't panic. We're here to broaden our horizons, Chu Mu said softly, allowing the 4 of them to adjust their attitudes. Very good. There are a total of 31 people participating in this sword battle festival. The main hall elder swept his gaze across them and said, Now you all take turns to draw lots. One of you will draw a blank lot and directly enter the next round. Number 1 against number 30. Number 2 against number 29. And so on. The two numbers added up to 31, which means that you two are opponents. Only by defeating each other can you enter the next round. Now, let's begin the drawing of lots. As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples stretched their hands towards the cylinder, whereas Chumu didn't move at all and didn't fight for it. The other four were now led by Chumu, and they followed Chumu. At this moment, Chumu saw a familiar person walk over. It was Wenrenyin, and she had a disgusting, cold smile on her face. It really is you. I guess that your towering wind courtyard would definitely send you out. Wenrenyin walked over to Chumu and faced Chumu with a lofty and arrogant attitude, and her voice was filled with threat. You better pray that I'm not your opponent when you draw lots. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable. Junior sister Luo will definitely see clearly that you're nothing. After leaving behind these threatening words, Wenrenyin sneered repeatedly, and then she turned around and walked towards the cylinder. The four disciples were slightly terrified, whereas Chumu had an indifferent expression. Wenrenyin, just an ant. Chapter 78. On the sword training grounds of the Qingfeng Sword Sect's main hall, there were more than 400 inner court disciples of the main hall and the outer court disciples of the 3 academies gathered under the sword observation platform according to the main hall and the 3 academies. On the circular sword discourse platform, there was a main hall elder who was the referee, 31 disciples who were drawing lots, and 2 disciples who were carrying the lottery tube. Chu Mu and the other 4 stood to the side, waiting for the others to finish drawing their lots before they went to get them. What number did you draw? Number 18, what about you? Haha, I drew number 15. It seems that, at least in the first round, we are not a match for them. I wonder who drew a blank. Say it if you drew a blank. No one answered. It seems that the blank lot has not been drawn yet. Not long after, the 26 elite disciples finished drawing their lots. Chu Mu and the 4 inner court disciples of the 3 academies walked over. Reaching into the lottery tube, there were only 5 lots left. Chu Mu casually grabbed a lot and retracted his hand to take a look. He immediately found it funny. It was actually a blank lot. He actually drew a blank lot. A few sharp-eyed elite disciples at the side also saw Chu Mu spread out his hands and immediately screamed. Immediately, all the elite disciples' gazes fell on Chu Mu. There was envy, jealousy, indifference, and disdain. The inner court disciples below the sword discourse platform were also alarmed. They all looked at Chu Mu, and all sorts of discussions sounded out. What a lucky guy. Who says so? Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to pass the first round. I remember that in the previous Qingfeng Sword Battle Festival, the 3 inner courtyards would each send out 2 disciples. Every time there would be exactly 32 participants, and there would not be a bye. The 6 disciples from the 3 inner courtyards would usually be eliminated in the first round. But this time, one of the 3 inner courtyards only sent out 1 disciple, resulting in a total of 31 disciples. Thus, 1 disciple will be directly promoted. Oh, looks like the 3 inner courtyards really have a good plan. Maybe they'll be lucky enough to draw a blank lot. That way, one of them will be able to enter the second round, and it won't be as ugly as before. I recognize the disciple who was given a bye. I have seen his swordsmanship and fought with him before. His swordsmanship is really exquisite. I can't even block one of his attacks. No matter how powerful his swordsmanship is it as powerful as our first senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother? This, I don't know since we haven't fought before. What do you mean I don't know? Even if his swordsmanship is good, his cultivation base is not even at stage 9. With such a huge gap in cultivation base, it's already very good for him to enter the second round. It's impossible for him to enter the third round. But he's been dominating the sword battle arena for 2 months. What's the use of that? The sword battle arena is a competition of swordsmanship between disciples below stage 9. Do you know that the difference between the 8th phase and the 9th phase is extremely obvious? The fact that he was able to dominate the sword dueling arena for 2 months only means that his sword arts are pretty good and his luck is pretty good. If he were to face the elite disciples of our main hall, he would definitely be defeated within 10 moves. Yes, to become an elite disciple, which one of them doesn't have extraordinary swordsmanship. Senior brother Chu's luck is good. He actually drew a blank lot and directly advanced. Haha, even if he didn't draw a blank lot, with senior brother Chu's unpredictable swordsmanship, it won't be difficult for him to advance. That's right. Senior brother Chu is the pride of our high wind courtyard. His swordsmanship is unparalleled. I believe that senior brother Chu will not only enter the 2nd round, but also the 3rd or even the 4th round. As long as he can enter the 3rd round, our 3 inner courtyards will be proud and elated. If he can enter the 4th round, he will definitely scare those arrogant guys of the main courtyard. Although the voices of discussion were very small, there were a lot of them and it was very noisy. It sounded like the chirping of insects. I really didn't expect that the one who drew the blank lot would be Chumu. The high wind courtyard also smiled in surprise. At this time, the other 4 inner disciples had also drawn lots. Naturally, it was impossible for them to draw a blank lot. All of them looked excited and worried at the same time. All right, you 2 can go down first. The main hall elder smiled and said. The 2 disciples carried the lottery tube and left. They immediately looked at Chumu and said, First of all, congratulations to the disciple who drew the blank lot. You can directly advance. In addition, the disciple who drew lot number 1 and the disciple who drew lot number 31 will stay and prepare for the first sword battle. The other disciples will return to their respective observation platforms and wait. As soon as the elder finished speaking, many disciples flew away from the sword platform. The elite disciples of the main hall used their movement techniques and flew towards the sword observation platform of the main hall like birds or arrows. In midair, they stepped on the air to catch their breath, ensuring that they would not land on the ground. They landed directly on the sword observation platform. You're lucky this time. I hope you can still be lucky next time and not meet me. Wanranyin revealed a sinister smile at Chumu and said coldly in a low voice. He turned and left. The 3 elite disciples who were called eldest senior brother, 2nd senior brother, and 3rd senior brother once again shot out like sharp swords. They were unbelievably fast and sharp. Chumu and the other 4, after leaping off the sword platform, had to leap a few times before reaching the sword observation platform, causing another wave of laughter. With this level of cultivation and movement technique, even if he drew a blank lot, it would be useless. He was just lucky. In the end, only the 2 elite disciples of the main hall and the main hall elder, who was the referee, were left on the circular sword discourse platform. The 2 elite disciples were both at the early stage of the 9th phase of sword chi. This elder announces that the 33rd Qingfeng sword competition of the Qingfeng sword sect has officially begun. The main hall elder stood between the 2 disciples and announced in a clear voice. Soon after, he raised his right hand high and slashed down like a sword in the void. The first battle of the first round is a grand sword battle. Zhang Qi versus Wang Fu. The high-pitched voice soared into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. The main hall elder flew back at the same time and landed on the circular sword discourse platform. Please, the 2 early stage 9th phase swordsmen bowed to each other and pulled out their swords. They faced each other from a distance, and a sharp killing intent instantly spread out. All the disciples held their breaths and watched carefully. They were afraid that they would miss any part of the competition. For inner disciples like them, the opportunity to watch elite disciples fight was very rare. Normally, they would not be able to see it at all. And this kind of competition was only held once every 3 years. They had to cherish it, Maybe they would be able to comprehend something or gain something. The sword light flashed, and the two disciples attacked. The Qing Feng sword competition officially began. Chu Mu, in your opinion, between the two of them, who wins and who loses? Ling Feng, Academy Master, suddenly asked. Chu Mu did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at it carefully and said, about 100 moves. Zhang Qi wins. The Ling Feng sect master and the three elders were slightly moved. Although they also felt that Zhang Qi would win in the end, they were not sure how many moves it would take. If Chu Mu was right, it meant that not only was Chu Mu's swordsmanship astonishing, his eyesight was also extraordinary. On the sword discourse platform, the two balls of sword light danced in the air and constantly collided with each other, producing countless clanging sounds. The two figures leaped and crossed each other. It was extremely exciting and dazzling. The elders also nodded their heads. Very quickly at the 100th move, Zhang Qi suddenly revealed a flaw. With a feint, he knocked away Wang Fu's sword and placed his sword on Wang Fu's neck. Thank you for letting me win. Zhang Qi said, Thank you for letting me win. Although Wang Fu's expression was a little ugly, he did not lose his demeanor. Chu Mu, you were right. About 100 moves. It's about 100 moves. The Ling Feng sect master did not hide his admiration at all. The three elders of the Ling Feng sect were also surprised and impressed. Chu Mu, if you were to make a move, how many moves would it take to defeat any one of them? Elder Lin suddenly asked. The eyes of the Ling Feng sect master and the other two elders immediately lit up as they stared at Chu Mu's face. One strike. Chu Mu closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds. Then he opened his eyes and said indifferently, One strike. The Ling Feng sect master and the three elders were all moved. They were extremely shocked, but soon after, they were pleasantly surprised. If that's the case, then this time, Chu Mu might be able to fight for the top 3. That's right. This is truly the fortune of our Ling Feng sect. The elders were all overjoyed. Sect Master, can you tell me about the most powerful elite disciple of the main hall? Chu Mu smiled and said, Of course. You should also know about this because they will be your formidable opponents. The Ling Feng sect master smiled and said, Among the elite disciples of the main hall, there are 3 most powerful ones. They are the current eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother. Eldest senior brother is called Li Yi. He is 21 years old this year and has reached the peak of the 9th stage more than a year ago. His foundation is solid and his temperament is carefree and casual. He mainly cultivates the cloud sword chi technique and the cloud sword technique. His attainments are profound. It is said that he has also mastered an incomplete, high-level sword technique. The Ling Feng sect master slowly said, Second senior brother Yuan Wenhua is about the same age as Li Yi. He reached the peak of the 9th stage a year ago. His foundation is solid, but his temperament is more direct and fierce. He mainly cultivates the metal sword chi technique and the metal sword technique. Third senior brother Wang Tingo is 20 years old. He reached the peak of the 9th stage half a year ago. In terms of sword chi cultivation, he may not be as good as Li Yi and Yuan Wenhua, but in terms of sword techniques, he is a bit more profound. He mainly cultivates the thunder sword chi technique and the thunder sword technique. Actually, in terms of cultivation and sword techniques, there's a difference between the 3 of them, but it is not big. The main reason is that Li Yi cultivates an incomplete, high-level sword technique. Its power is extraordinary, and he entered the sect early, so he is the eldest senior brother. As for Yuan Wenhua and Wang Tingo, there is not much difference. The 3 of them have profound attainments in sword techniques, and they are not inferior to some of the elders of the sect. Moreover, they have records of contending with a 10th stage sword chi realm swordsman. Therefore, the 3 of them are your true opponents. I hope that you can take them seriously with all your strength. Even if you lose, you will not have any regrets. The Lingfeng sect master said seriously. In his opinion, Chu Mu was definitely qualified to compete for the top 3. However, the top 3 were Li Yi, Yuan Wenhua, and Wang Tingo. Their profound cultivation and exquisite sword techniques made the Lingfeng sect master feel that the probability of Chu Mu winning against them was not high. At the end of the day, he had 2 main goals. The first was to let Chu Mu defeat the main palace's elite disciples and fight for the top 3 places. This would allow the 3 academies, especially the Towering Wind Academy, to hold their heads high. After all, in the past, the 3 academies had always been eliminated in the first round. Second, to let Chu Mu fight with the most powerful elite disciples of the main hall and increase his knowledge. It would be more helpful for Chu Mu's future path. What the Lingfeng sect master didn't know was that Chu Mu's goal was to win the championship. Book ID equals 248-8058. Book name equals Savage Tyrant. Chapter 79. Trash, scram back to where you came from. Wenren Yin sneered again and again. His sharp aura was oppressive, causing the Thunder Academy disciple's face to turn pale. The hand, holding the sword, trembled uncontrollably. Wenren Yin's sword light was incomparably sharp, firm, and tyrannical. The Thunder Academy disciple's face changed greatly as he hurriedly raised his sword to block. A huge, clanging sound shook the surroundings. The Thunder Academy disciple couldn't take it and flew back. He felt an incomparably sharp sound piercing into his ears. Trash scram. Wenren Yin's face was a bit ferocious. He straightened his body and used another tyrannical sword attack. There was no technique to speak of. He completely used his powerful sword chi to suppress his opponent. With a pung sound, the sword left his hand. The Thunder Academy disciple was once again sent flying. He flew out of the circular sword platform and landed on the ground. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. "Are you all right?" A few Thunder Academy disciples hurriedly supported him and asked with concern. The other disciples looked at Wenren Yin and glared at him. Everyone could see that Wenren Yin had done it on purpose. He had gone too far. Originally, with Wenren Yin's strength, it would only be a matter of a few swords to defeat his opponent. They could have a proper sword battle, but he had used such an extremely humiliating method. The faces of the Thunder Academy and the Blue Water Academy disciples were not good, especially the Thunder Academy's headmaster and the 3 elders. They were frowning. Senior brother Wenren is so skilled. At this time, such a voice came out from the main hall's inner disciples. Gradually, some people started to agree, which angered the disciples of the 3 academies. They were all indignant. If it wasn't for the headmaster and the elders, it would have turned into a bloody conflict. This sword battle, Wenren Yin wins. The main hall elder flew onto the platform and announced. Although he wasn't very satisfied with Wenren Yin's method, it was a fact that Wenren Yin had won. Wenren Yin raised his sword and pointed it at the sword discourse arena, straight at Chu Mu. A sinister smile flashed across his face as his lips moved. Chu Mu knew what he was saying from the shape of his mouth. It was nothing more than a threat that he would be like the previous one and roll off the sword discourse arena. Chu Mu remained unmoved by this, and a wisp of ridicule flashed in his eyes. Wenren Yin drew a beautiful sword flower with a few swishing sounds. She sheathed her sword and turned around to take a breath. She landed on the sword observation platform in the main hall and strode towards Luo Yuling. "Junior sister, how was my performance?" Wenren Yin was secretly complacent, and she said with a smile, "Don't worry from now on. As long as that Chu Mu goes against me, I'll make him roll off the stage just like that to avenge junior sister's defeat and humiliation." Luo Yuling didn't answer when she heard this. She frowned slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She didn't know why, but her impression of Wenren Yin suddenly changed, and her favorable impression of him plummeted. The next sword battle began. Next, another disciple of the Thunder Academy and 2 disciples of the Crystal Water Academy were defeated one after another. They couldn't last more than 10 moves. However, they weren't humiliated like the first one, rolling off the sword discourse arena and vomiting blood. During this period, Chu Mu also saw the sword techniques of Li Yi, Yuan Wenhua, and Wang Tingo. Their opponents were all at the middle stage of the 9th stage of the sword Qi realm. But under their attacks, they couldn't last more than 10 moves and were defeated one after another. Li Yi's sword techniques were elegant, and the clouds were unrestrained. Yuan Wenhua's sword techniques were domineering, forceful, and aggressive. Wang Tingo's sword techniques were righteous, awe-inspiring, swift, and fierce. Chu Mu, what do you think of their sword techniques? The sect master of the Soaring Wind Academy suddenly asked. Very good, but they didn't show their true strength. Chu Mu replied, but he was secretly surprised because these 3 people's sword techniques were very profound. If they were divided by the level of swordmaster, they had already reached the peak of swordmaster and were only 1 level away from swordmaster. It could be said that their sword techniques were the 3 highest attainments that Chu Mu had seen since he transmigrated to this world. Of course, the sect master or the elder's sword techniques might be higher than them, but he had never seen them. Are you confident that you can beat them in sword techniques? The sect master of the Soaring Wind Academy asked again. The eyes of the 3 elders lit up as they stared at Chu Mu. Purely in terms of sword techniques, I'm above them. Chu Mu said. His tone was indifferent, but there was an unquestionable confidence. It was the bearing of a sword master. Good. Only then will you be able to compete with the 3 of them and fight for the top 3. The sect master of the Soaring Wind Academy laughed. Until now, he still believed that Chu Mu could only fight for the top 3. As for the champion, he didn't dare to think about it. Soon, the first round of the sword battle ended. The elders announced the names of the people who would enter the second round. Moreover, the 16 people who would enter the second round went up to the stage and drew lots again. This time, there aren't any blank lots. You better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll make you lose all face in public. Wenranyan said to Chu Mu in a low voice. His tone and expression made people want to stab him to death with a sword. After the drawing of lots, the number 1 and number 16 stayed behind. The other disciples returned to their respective observation platforms. Number 1 and number 16 were at the early 9th phase and the middle 9th phase. There was a slight difference in their sword techniques. Not long after, the early 9th phase was defeated and number 16 won. 1 sword battle after another passed. Now, let's invite number 8 and number 9 to the stage. The elder said in a clear voice. Wenranyan stood up, stomped his feet, and leaped into the air. He used his movement technique and flew up like a goshawk. When he was in the air, he waved his sleeves and sword Qi rippled. He pushed his body in an arc and slowly landed on the sword discourse arena. Good. Senior brother Wenren, good movement technique. The inner disciples of the main hall screamed and shouted. Wenranyan stood on the sword discourse arena in high spirits and swept across. Where's number 9? Who is number 9? Why hasn't he come out yet? At this time, Chu Mu stood up and flew down the sword observation platform. After a few more leaps, he jumped onto the sword discourse arena. He didn't use the wind travel movement technique. Compared to Wenranyan's method of appearance, Chu Mu was simply too weak. So it's him, that lucky guy. This time he won't be so lucky. Yeah, like I said, he can only rely on luck to pass the first round. He will definitely lose in the second round. What a pitiful fellow. If he goes up against senior brother Wenren, he might end up like that unlucky fellow and end up vomiting blood. Who says so? It seems like his luck in the first round was too good. So this time his luck has been used up. Not bad. At least This is the first time in so many years that a disciple from the 3 inner courtyards has entered the second round. The disciples of the 3 inner courtyards all became nervous, although they all had great confidence in Chu Mu and knew that Chu Mu's sword technique was unfathomable. They all knew that Chu Mu's sword technique was unfathomable. However, Chu Mu had never fought against a 9th stage Sword Chi realm before. At the very least, as far as they knew, there really wasn't one. If they knew that Chu Mu had killed 2 early stage 9th stage and 1 late stage 9th stage on his way back to the sword sect, they definitely wouldn't be so worried. Right now, Chu Mu's opponent was a ferocious middle stage of the 9th stage, and his sword techniques were not weak either. They didn't know if Chu Mu would be able to defeat an opponent stronger than him like before. Stepping on the corpses of geniuses, the final world defying Star River. Book ID equals 251 for 859. Book name equals World Defying Star River. Chapter 80. Come on, Senior Brother Chu. I believe you can defeat him. Suddenly, an inner disciple of the soaring wind courtyard shouted with his hands in the shape of a trumpet. Come on, Senior Brother Chu. We believe you can defeat him, and let the people of the main hall know that our 3 courtyards are not just going through the motions every time. Come on, Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu is mighty. Senior Brother Chu's sword skills are outstanding. He can definitely defeat him. The disciples of the 3 courtyards all shouted loudly. Their voices were like a tide. Whether it was the headmaster of the main hall, the elders, or the disciples, they were all shocked. This disciple is very popular in the 3 courtyards. The headmaster Luo Tianxiong nodded his head slightly and thought to himself. Luo Yuling's eyes flashed with joy, and a trace of pride that she didn't understand flowed through her heart. The elite disciples also looked at Chu Mu, wanting to see what was different about Chu Mu that was worthy of the support of the disciples of the 3 courtyards. Trash is trash. Wenren Yan's eyes flashed with anger as he mocked. The disciples of the 3 courtyards are all trash. Trash supports trash, and you want to defeat me? Dream on. You'll know soon enough whether it's a dream or not. Chu Mu said with an indifferent expression. His attitude made Wenren Yan even more angry. Trash. Next, I'll let you know that your so-called profound sword technique is nothing but dog shit. Compared to me, you're nothing. Wenren Yan laughed nastily and shouted in a low voice. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it straight at Chu Mu. The sword's edge was sharp and threatening. 3 swords. This was Chu Mu's answer to Wenren Yan. 3 swords? You still want to withstand 3 of my swords? In your dreams. Wenren Yan sneered. Everyone thought so too. Number 8 against number 9. Let the sword battle begin. The elder announced and flew back to land on the sword discourse platform. Wenren Yan immediately drew his sword. Sword Chi surrounded the blade, and a faint golden sword Chi covered the blade. He cultivated metal sword Chi and metal sword arts, and was known for its sharpness. Sword after sword stabbed out. Suddenly, the temperature of the air dropped, making people feel cold all over. On the sword discourse platform, Wenren Yan's sword light and sword images were everywhere. Each sword flickered with a faint golden color, and each sword directly tore apart the air. The sharpness of the sword was incomparably sharp and unstoppable, causing one's eyes to hurt as if they were about to be pierced through. Metal-type swordsmanship is indeed incomparably sharp, Chu Mu said to himself. Wenren Yan's swordsmanship has improved again. The elder nodded his head as he thought to himself. As for the elite disciples, they all had different expressions on their faces. Some were indifferent, while others were stern. Thousands of sword shadows pierced towards Chu Mu in unison, wanting to directly pierce through Chu Mu and turn him into a hornet's nest. A fierce storm of sword shadows swept up, making it impossible to dodge. It was as if the surroundings were filled with swords. Too strong. Senior Brother Wenren's swordsmanship is really powerful. This guy is going to lose. That's right. He can't block senior brother Wenren's sword. Chu Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Under Desheng's gaze, the trajectory of each of Wenren Yun's sword appeared clearly in Chu Mu's eyes. His footsteps were chaotic and broken. His body moved with the shadows, elegant and natural, causing people's eyes to light up. He inconceivably dodged Wenren Yun's powerful attack and appeared beside him. He actually dodged. Many elite disciples also felt that Chu Mu couldn't possibly dodge or block this sword. But at this moment, seeing Chu Mu dodge, they were all astonished. "You're lucky," Wenren Yun shouted in a low voice. He took a heavy step and turned around. His sharp sword was sharp and oppressive. It cut horizontally as if it wanted to cut open the void, leaving behind a faint golden trace. Fast, sharp, unstoppable, tyrannical, and unstoppable. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a trace of light. He drew his sword and casually slashed out. It was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, leaving no trace behind. With a clang, sparks flew. Chu Mu's sword inconceivably knocked away Wenren Yun's sharp and fierce sword. Then he took the opportunity to stab Wenren Yun's face. Wenren Yun's expression changed greatly. Seeing a cold light rapidly expand in front of him, he hastily retreated. The first sword. Chu Mu stood straight while holding his sword and said softly, "What's going on?" It seems like this lucky guy broke senior brother Wenren's attack and forced him to retreat. The inner disciples of the main palace all opened their mouths and eyes wide. They had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. This guy's swordsmanship. Some of the elite disciples' eyes lit up. Some of them frowned slightly. Obviously, Chu Mu's swordsmanship was beyond their expectations. Not bad. It's effortless and elegant. Li Yi smiled and nodded his head. His whole person had a kind of casual elegance. Indeed, he has some skills. But that's all. Wenhua smiled. His expression was overbearing. Not bad. It has clearly surpassed his sword qi cultivation. Wang Tingo said expressionlessly. Could it be that when he said 3 swords, he didn't mean to withstand 3 swords, but to defeat Wenren Yun in 3 swords? Good. Senior brother Chu is really powerful. The inner disciples of the 3 courtyards cheered. They were all excited because their faces had turned red. This inner disciple called Chu Mu is indeed not bad. He is worth nurturing. Luo Tianxiong nodded his head and said, "This time the High Wind Courtyard is lucky to have such an outstanding swordsmanship disciple. We can finally break the awkward situation of the past." An elder said with a smile, hearing the praises from the surroundings. Luo Yuling didn't know why, but she suddenly felt very happy in her heart. It was as if they were praising her. "You have exceeded my expectations." Wenren Yun's face was incomparably ugly. He looked like a person who had been constipated for a week. "However, your good luck ends here. Get out of here." Wenren Yun suddenly shouted. The light golden sword qi around his body surged violently. The sword qi was extremely fierce. It cut the air and made a sizzling sound. The disciples in the distance all felt a piercing pain in their eyes. They unconsciously squinted their eyes and felt a little better. Wenren Yun raised his sword and slashed down. Many light golden sword qi shot out. Several of them intertwined like a storm and attacked Chu Mu. Everywhere they passed, it seemed like the air was sucked out. Chu Mu felt like he had difficulty breathing. Multiple intertwining sword qi. Senior brother Wenren is using his real strength. This guy is going to lose. The inner disciples of the main palace shouted one after another. Feeling the flow of the air, Chu Mu used wind travel. Like a spirit in the wind, he dangerously circled around the light golden sword aura and leapt around it. It made people extremely nervous and their palms sweaty. Borrowing the flow of the air caused by the sword qi, Chu Mu used wind walk to catch Wenren Yun off guard and slash down with his sword. This sword strike was very ordinary, but in the eyes of the elders and headmasters, it was as smooth as if it was made by nature. It was as if the sword was originally meant to be used like this. It made their hearts tremble. In Wonran-yun's eyes, he felt like the world in front of him was disappearing. It was as if he had been abandoned. There was only a sword slashing down, and he couldn't dodge. He was terrified. Wonran-yun raised his sword with both hands and clenched his teeth. He didn't hold back at all as he released his sword chi to resist Chu Mu's sword. He was also preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed in his ears. Second sword strike. Before Wonran-yun could understand what was going on, he felt the sword in his hand being shocked by a strange force and uncontrollably swung to the side. His body was driven by a force, and he couldn't stand firm. He staggered back until he reached the edge of the sword discourse arena. In his ears there were countless sharp cries and shouts, causing Wonran-yun to feel uneasy for no reason. Third sword strike. As the voice sounded out, Wonran-yun felt a cold and sharp sensation on his neck. He knew very well that it was the blade of a sword. Get lost. The voice sounded out again. The cold feeling left his neck. Just as Wonran-yun was about to heave a sigh of relief, a whistling sound rang out. The cold sword blade was like a slap to his face. Under the great force, there was a crisp sound as Wonran-yun's face was thrown to the left. His entire body flew out of the sword discourse arena uncontrollably. Chapter 81. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard in the sword training field. The inner disciples of the main hall felt as if they had just eaten soup dumplings out of the pot. It was so hot that they kept sucking in cold air. They rubbed their eyes hard and looked again. It's true. They were all shocked and couldn't believe it. Wonran-yun's right cheek bulged up high and glowed red. Her expression was extremely gloomy and dark, like the bottom of a pot. Her eyes flickered with disbelief and crazy killing intent. This sword battle, Chu Mu won. The elder of the main palace also recovered from the shock. He flew onto the stage and announced, "This disciple of the 3 courtyards is quite interesting. I hope he can continue." Yuan Wenhua smiled aggressively. "I'll let him know that the dignity of an elite disciple is not to be offended." Li Yi and Wang Tingo heard this and smiled. They didn't say anything. I knew he would win. Luo Yuling clenched her fists and said to herself. Her face was full of smiles. "Yeah, Brother Chu won. That's great, Brother Chu won. I just knew that Senior Brother Chu would definitely win. Those from the main palace. Did you see that? We, the 3 inner courtyards, are not here for show. That's right, Brother Chu is only at the peak of stage 8 Sword Chi Realm, but he defeated an elite disciple of the middle stage of stage 9 Sword Chi Realm. The truth is right in front of you." The inner disciples of the 3 courtyards recovered from the shock. They all raised their hands and shouted. They were very happy and excited. This made the inner disciples in the main hall feel disgusted and uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a fly, but they couldn't say a word. The truth was right in front of them. Wonran-yun's heart was bleeding. It was 100 times more painful than the wound on his cheek. He couldn't believe it. He, an elite disciple at the middle stage of the 9th stage of the Sword Chi Realm, had actually lost to a disciple at the peak of the 8th stage of the Sword Chi Realm, who looked down on him. Moreover, it was under the circumstances where he was unable to fully display his strength. Sword Chi armor, sword technique, killing move. None of them had been used, and he had been defeated just like that. Moreover, he had been defeated in 3 strikes, and he had been sent flying off the sword discourse arena. From now on, he would become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, Wonran-yun's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Her eyes were so red that it seemed like they would bleed at any moment. She glared at Chu Mu with shocking hatred and killing intent. The hand that was holding the sword seemed to want to crush the hilt of the sword. Blue veins bulged out, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. A crazy idea grew in his heart. Kill Chu Mu. Kill Chu Mu. Kill Chu Mu. Remember, there are winners and losers in a sword battle. You cannot be arrogant if you win, and you cannot be discouraged if you lose. Even more so, you cannot harbor evil intentions. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules. The main hall elder also saw Wenren Yun's expression and eyes, and immediately snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, waking Wenren Yun up. Wenren Yun trembled slightly, and the redness in his eyes quickly dissipated. The haze on his face also faded a lot. He forcefully suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart, sheathed his sword, and glared at Chu Mu before turning around and leaving the inner sword training field. He felt that he didn't have the face to stay any longer. This person has an extremely strong killing intent towards me. If there's a chance, I must kill him. Chu Mu's expression didn't change, but he said to himself. Amidst the astonishment and cheers of the crowd, Chu Mu stepped down from the stage and returned to the sword observation platform of the towering wind courtyard. Good. Chu Mu did well. Elder Lin smiled. The other two elders also nodded and praised him. Now, Chu Mu has won from the 16 people and entered the top 8. I hope you can continue to win and enter the top 4. The towering wind courtyard master said happily. The next sword battle began, and the competition was to stand out from the 16 people and enter the top 8. In the end, the people who entered the top 8 were Li Yi, Yuan, Wenhua, Wang Tingo, and Chu Mu and 4 other elite disciples whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the 9th stage. A new round of drawing lots began. There were only 8 people, 8 lots. The 7 elite disciples all stared at Chu Mu because their thoughts were very simple. Whoever faced Chu Mu would be lucky and could directly pass the 3rd round and enter the 4th round. Number 1 and number 8, number 2 and number 7, number 3 and number 6. Unfortunately, number 1 was Yuan Wenhua, number 2 was Wang Tingo, and number 3 was Li Yi. As a result, number 8, number 7, and number 6 were tragic. In less than 10 moves, they were directly defeated and had no chance to enter the 4th round. Xia Chunlei was secretly excited. Then my opponent will be him. Xia Chunlei looked at the towering wind courtyard's sword observation platform and said excitedly, Great, this way I can enter the 4th round. At that time, although I can't beat any of them, even if I lose, I still have a chance to fight for the top 3. And their strength is about the same, so if they fight, there might be injuries and I can take advantage of them. Number 4 against number 5. Please come to the stage. The elder shouted loudly. Xia Chunlei impatiently used his movement technique and leaped, landing straight on the sword discourse arena, while Chu Mu flew up, drawing an arc as he landed on the sword observation platform, lightly touching the ground and leaping again, like a dragonfly skimming the water. He landed on the sword discourse arena, facing Xia Chunlei from afar. Xia Chunlei's luck is really good. Why am I not so lucky? The 3 defeated late stage, 9th stage elite disciples were filled with resentment. This guy, this time, he will definitely be defeated by senior brother Xia. The inner disciples of the main palace all said. He was able to defeat senior brother Wenren because he was caught off guard. This time, senior brother Xia will be very vigilant, and his cultivation is stronger and his swordsmanship is more powerful. He will definitely not be a match for him. That's right. Senior brother Xia is above senior brother Wenren in terms of cultivation and swordsmanship. As if to increase their persuasiveness, the inner disciples of the main palace all found various reasons. Senior brother Chu, this time, you will definitely win again. The disciples of the 3 courtyards all shouted. Chu Mu, right? To be able to defeat Wenren Yin, who is at the middle stage of the 9th stage, with the strength of the peak of the 8th stage. To be honest, you have indeed surprised me and everyone. It was completely unexpected. Xia Chunlei said with a smile, This shows that your swordsmanship is indeed good, and it also shows that your luck is even better. One Ren Yin underestimated you and did not take out his true strength seriously, so in the end he was defeated. However, I am different. I will take out my true strength from the beginning and treat you as an opponent of the same level. You are simply not a match for me. Xie Chunlei continued, trying to use words to pressure Chu Mu. Therefore, as your senior brother, I will give you a chance to admit defeat and get off the stage. For you 3 courtyards, being able to reach the 3rd round is already unprecedented. If you have the time to talk, why don't you use your sword? Chu Mu said, Moreover, you may not be a match for me. What? Arrogant? He is really too arrogant. Is this disciple of the 3 courtyards trying to defy the heavens? All right, since you don't know what's good for you, I will let you taste the power of my swordsmanship. Xie Chunlei was angry. He jumped up and pulled out his sword light, which was like a long rainbow. For light green, sword Qi slashed through the void and shot out side by side. Immediately after the 4-sword Qi, Xie Chunlei flew towards Chu Mu like a big bird and pulled out his sword. Once he attacked, he directly used the killing move of the intermediate level swordsmanship. In an instant, Chu Mu only felt that after the 4-sword auras, countless blades of grass were crazily growing. Each blade of grass was like a sharp sword piercing towards him. It was endless, growing and multiplying without end. With the sword Qi attached to the blade, Chu Mu's footsteps were messy. His body danced with the wind and shuttled through the 4-sword Qi as if it was made by nature. When he pulled out his sword, it was like the sound of a divine iron from outer space. Sword Qi was released. Suddenly, 2 green wolves rushed out, one on the left and one on the right, fiercely and crazily biting. It was the intermediate level swordsmanship, Green Wolf double kill. What a fast drawing speed. Li Yi was slightly surprised. Very decisive reaction. Wang Tingo nodded, secretly. The more powerful, the better. If I defeat him, I will be more excited. Yuan Wenhua laughed. Flourishing growth. Xie Chunlei was shocked and shouted loudly. He quickly used the killing move again. In an instant, the green grasses scattered by the Green Wolf double kill regrouped and grew crazily. They directly pierced through the 2 green wolves and threw them towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu changed his moves even faster. He used the intermediate level swordsmanship, Green Wolf Howling Moon. This guy actually knows 2 intermediate level swordsmanship. Many people were surprised. 1 tree holding up the sky. Xie Chunlei shouted, his tongue exploding like spring thunder. The flourishing green grasses turned into a giant tree that held up the sky, pressing down on Chu Mu. The crowd seemed to see a giant tree pressing down on the Green Wolf Howling Moon, crushing Chu Mu into a meat patty. Feng Zhongyou dodged like a wind spirit and turned around. In an instant, a flying cloud appeared, spinning and smashing in all directions. It was the shocking cloud kill. What? He actually has a 3rd intermediate level swordsmanship. Sword Qi armor. Xie Chunlei was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his sword Qi to cover his entire body, blocking the impact of the shocking cloud kill. Under the huge force, although Xie Chunlei did not suffer any injuries, he was still sent flying. His blood and Qi were shaken, and he was unable to counterattack for a moment. Chu Mu's gaze was sharp, and he grasped an instant of opportunity. 3 great middle stage sword techniques, Cyan Wolf double kill, Cyan Wolf howls at the moon, and shocking cloud kill, were consecutively cast. Each move bombarded Xie Chunlei's body, causing him to only be able to use his 9th phase late stage sword aura to protect himself. Suddenly, with a step in the air, Xie Chunlei had a bad feeling. Just as he was about to counterattack, Chu Mu's killing move attacked again. With a faint kacha sound, Xie Chunlei was directly sent flying out of the sword discourse arena and landed on the ground. The entire place was filled with gasps of astonishment, and there was no end to it. Chapter 82. This is impossible. How could I have lost? Xie Chunlei was at a loss. He looked at Chu Mu on the sword discourse arena, and then looked at his own feet. He was unable to accept the reality in front of him. Xie Chunlei actually lost. The 3 disciples who were eliminated at the late stage of the 9th stage of the Sword Chi realm were shocked and happy at the same time. Li Yi and the other 2 were all surprised, while the elite disciples and inner disciples of the main hall found it hard to accept. Senior brother Chu won again. This is great. I was sure that senior brother Chu would win. Great. Senior brother Chu is going to enter the 4th round. Sect leader, this is great. Chu Mu has really entered the 4th round. The 3 elders of the Soaring Wind Courtyard were all very excited, and so was the sect leader of the Soaring Wind Courtyard. At the Thunder Courtyard and the Blue Water Courtyard, they were excited and happy at the same time. Why wasn't a disciple like Chu Mu in their courtyard? Why didn't Chu Mu choose their courtyard, but the Soaring Wind Courtyard? Although in this situation, the 3 inner courtyards were united against a common enemy, leaving this place was still a competition. This time, the 3 inner courtyards have really made us look at them in a new light. An elder of the main hall exclaimed. Luo Tianxiong and the others nodded. In this sword battle, Chu Mu has won. The referee elder announced in a clear voice, "Now, let's invite the top 4 onto the stage." 3 figures moved like a gust of wind, bringing along waves of whistling sounds as they stood beside Chu Mu. Li Yi, Yuan Wenhua, Wang Tingo, and Chu Mu. The 4 of them stood side by side. Here, first of all, I would like to congratulate Li Yi, Yuan Wenhua, Wang Tingo, and Chu Mu. The 4 of you have defeated one strong opponent after another and finally entered the 4th round. The elder looked around and said in a clear voice, causing everyone to quiet down. According to past practice, in this round, there can be additional challenges. The so-called additional challenge means that within the next 30 minutes, any of you, as long as you are a disciple of our sect, have a chance to challenge any one of them. If you win, you can replace him to enter the 4th round of the sword battle. After saying that, a disciple immediately came forward with an incense burner. There was an incense stick burning on top of it. Li Yi and the other 2 obviously knew about the segment. They were either unperturbed or had a gleam in their eyes. Yuan Wenhua, in particular, had a come and challenge me look in his eyes. Chu Mu, on the other hand, had no idea. He was secretly amazed. Many of the eliminated elite disciples stared at Chu Mu. They knew very well that they were no match for Li Yi and the other 2. However, if it was Chu Mu, peak of 8th stage, 3 middle-level sword skills. His level of sword skills is very high. Not bad indeed. However, with my cultivation, these elite disciples started to think. They even simulated the result of their battle with Chu Mu in their minds. If he defeated Wenren, it would be understandable if Wenren underestimated his opponent. However, if he defeated Xie Chunlei did not underestimate his opponent. These elite disciples were not fools. They would still be stupid enough to think that Chu Mu's strength was ordinary and that he had relied on luck. They began to take Chu Mu seriously. They regarded him as a strong opponent and ignored the cultivation gap between Chu Mu and them. Each of them secretly calculated. The incense stick slowly burned shorter and shorter. Some people began to get restless. The spectators all stared at Chu Mu. They also thought that the only one who would be challenged was Chu Mu. After all, everyone knew about the cultivation and sword skills of Li Yi and the other 2. Suddenly, several elite disciples at the late stage of 9th stage wanted to be the first to issue a challenge. I want to issue a challenge. A voice came out of nowhere. It was calm and carried an endless sharpness. It seemed as if nothing could stop it. Chu Mu's heart trembled slightly. He turned his head to look. Everyone also hurriedly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. They saw a slender figure standing at the entrance of the sword practice field like a sword that could break the heavens. He is. Question marks appeared in the minds of many disciples. Isn't that? Suddenly, The disciples of the soaring wind courtyard revealed an expression of understanding. They were slightly excited. Xiao Qianfeng. These three words slowly sounded in Chu Mu's heart. That's right. The person who came was Xiao Qianfeng, who had disappeared for a few months. Report your cultivation base and name, the referee elder said. Xiao Qianfeng of the soaring wind courtyard. Middle stage, 9th stage, Sword Chi realm. Xiao Qianfeng said indifferently. His voice always gave people a feeling that it contained an endless sharpness and sharpness. Disciples with low cultivation would feel a piercing pain on their skin. The elders and the headmaster frowned slightly. They were slightly shocked in their hearts. They felt that they couldn't see through this disciple. Yes, he was indeed in the middle stage, 9th stage. However, other than that, they couldn't see through him. They could only faintly feel that this disciple seemed to contain a great terror. Xiao Qianfeng seems to be very different from a few months ago. Chu Mu said to himself. In the past, Xiao Qianfeng did indeed have a sharp aura, but it was faint. Now it was extremely strong. Every action and every word would cause this sharp aura to become stronger. This sharp aura seemed to be endless. Chu Mu's intuition told him that the current Xiao Qianfeng was many times stronger than the Xiao Qianfeng of a few months ago. What he changed was not only his cultivation. It was only a change on the surface. He still didn't know what the real change was, but it was definitely a change that made Xiao Qianfeng reborn. Oh, so you are a disciple of the soaring wind courtyard. However, you are now in the middle stage, 9th stage. You are no longer a disciple of the soaring wind courtyard. Instead, you are an elite disciple of the main palace. The judge elder said with curiosity in his eyes, I have yet to take the elite disciple exam. Therefore, I am still a disciple of the soaring wind courtyard. Xiao Qianfeng said indifferently without fear. His aura was astonishing. Even Qi transformation realm experts would be shocked. The headmaster of the soaring wind courtyard and the three elders suddenly felt very gratified. The disciples of the soaring wind courtyard were even more excited. As for the headmasters and elders of the thunder courtyard and jade water courtyard, they were extremely envious. Why were all the outstanding disciples from the soaring wind courtyard? Chu Mu was one, and now Xiao Qianfeng was also one. Those with good eyesight could see that Xiao Qianfeng was extraordinary. What you said is somewhat reasonable. The judge elder nodded his head. Fine, you are still a disciple of the soaring wind courtyard. After this event ends, you will take the elite disciple exam of the main palace and become one of the main palace's elite disciples. Xiao Qianfeng nodded his head. His gaze was astonishingly sharp, like two-sword light. Those who were looked at by him all felt pain on their skin. Their expressions changed greatly. When he saw Chu Mu, a trace of surprise flashed through Xiao Qianfeng's eyes. He nodded his head slightly and shifted his gaze to Wang Tingo's face. Wang Tingo was expressionless and fearless as he looked at Xiao Qianfeng. There were traces of electric arcs jumping in his eyes, but he was secretly surprised in his heart. Shifting his gaze to Yuan Wenhua's face, Yuan Wenhua's eyes emitted a sharp and domineering light, as if he was looking at Xiao Qianfeng. It was filled with provocation. Xiao Qianfeng's sharpness made him feel excited from the bottom of his heart. He already had a feeling of impatience. His sword was already restless, ready to be unsheathed and fight with Xiao Qianfeng. Looking at Li Yi still had a faint smile on his face, calmly neutralizing Xiao Qianfeng's oppressive aura. You can challenge any one of the four of them, said the judge elder. He subconsciously thought that Xiao Qianfeng would challenge Chu Mu. Not only did the judge elder think so, the others also thought so, because Chu Mu was the weakest. Only the people of the soaring wind courtyard were secretly nervous. They hoped that Xiao Qianfeng would not challenge Chu Mu. Otherwise, they would kill each other. The person I want to challenge is him. Xiao Qianfeng's eyes emitted a sharp light, like a sword light, shooting towards Yuan Wenhua. Ha 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 ha. I have been waiting for you to challenge me. I feel that you can make me use my full strength to my heart's content. Yuan Wenhua laughed loudly. His voice was like a powerful army, and a desolate killing intent spontaneously spread out. Chapter 83. The sharpness rippled through the air like a huge wave. It swept across the sword training field, making everyone feel as if they were in a raging sea. What a shocking aura! It's too powerful. The inner disciples' expressions changed drastically. They retreated one after another, circulating their sword auras to resist the two extremely powerful auras. Oh, the sect master and the elders were all moved. They straightened their bodies and raised their eyebrows, showing the shock in their hearts. Li Yi and Wang Tingo's eyes widened slightly. Their eyes were shining as if they had seen a powerful enemy. Chu Mu was surprised. Not only was he surprised by Yuan Wenhua, but he was also surprised by Xiao Qianfeng. Both of their auras were extremely powerful, far surpassing the late stage of the 9th stage of the Sword Qi realm. Both of their auras contained an intense sharpness. The sharpness of their auras was boundlessly sharp. They were like treasured swords slashing through the air, cutting through everything. When they collided with each other, the sound of metal clashing reverberated. Yuan Wenhua's sharpness was firm and unyielding, appearing extremely domineering. It was as if he was using pure strength to crush everything. Xiao Qianfeng's sharpness was filled with endless power to pierce through everything and cut through everything. Both of their eyes were exceptionally sharp. The light emitted from their eyes was faintly golden. It was as if two sharp swords had shot out and collided in the air. The sound of metal clashing echoed faintly, causing the air to explode. Ha 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 ha, your aura is not bad. I will use my full strength. Yuan Wenhua laughed loudly. The light emitted from his eyes was sharp and threatening. His voice was like the ringing of a large bell, imposing and awe-inspiring. With a clang, he drew his sword and pointed it at Xiao Qianfeng. His aura suddenly multiplied. It was peerlessly domineering. It was as if a landslide and a torrent were going to destroy everything. His 100 refinements sword was different from the norm. It was wider, thicker, and longer. The body of the sword was firm and straight, filled with power. It gave people a strong pressure. It was a great sword that had been refined 100 times. My sword is endlessly sharp. Xiao Qianfeng remained unmoved. His tone was resolute as he condensed his endless sharp aura into a sword. With a slash of his sword, he sliced apart the torrent that was surging towards him. With a flash of cold light, Xiao Qianfeng unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Yuan Wenhua. A faint golden light slowly flowed forward from the body of the sword. It seemed to have an endless momentum, forcing the tip of the sword to form a subtle sword light. A gust of wind rose from the ground, whistling over. When it rushed past the two of them, countless sharp blades sliced through the wind, shattering it into countless pieces. Everyone held their breaths and widened their eyes, afraid to miss a single detail. Why do I feel that this Xiao Qianfeng's strength isn't beneath second senior brothers? I also have the same feeling. Even though his sword qi cultivation is only at the middle stage of the 9th stage, if they really fight, he might not be much weaker than second senior brother. This disciple is very shocking. I can't see through him. Luo Tianxiong said, softly with an unconcealable smile on his face. This is the fortune of our Qingfeng sword sect. The more disciples we have, the stronger our sect will be in the future. All the elders nodded in agreement. The smiles on their faces were obvious. Come, let's fight. Let me see how strong you really are. Yuan Wenhua shouted. His voice was like rolling thunder. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down. The wind whistled, forming a faint golden crescent moon. It was extremely aggressive and overbearing, capable of splitting mountains and breaking peaks. The pure action of swinging the sword actually caused the air to be compressed into sword qi, which slashed towards Xiao Qianfeng first. Xiao Qianfeng's face was indifferent, but his eyes were filled with a shocking fanaticism. He took a step forward and shot towards Yuan Wenhua like an arrow. He waved his sword, shattering the sword qi, and stabbed out with an unstoppable intent. "Come on!" Yuan Wenhua glared at Xiao Qianfeng angrily. He roared and pressed down with his sword. His terrifying aura was suffocating. Xiao Qianfeng's sword didn't change its direction. Endless, sharp light pressed forward. Yuan Wenhua's expression changed slightly. He clenched his fists and suddenly twisted. The large sword spun like an angry dragon breaking through the sea. It rolled up a strong pressure, and the air became sticky like flowing water, squeezing Xiao Qianfeng. "Open!" With a low shout, Xiao Qianfeng's entire body radiated a sharp and fierce aura. As he thrust out his sword, a shockingly faint golden light surged out. The half-inch sword energy swallowed and spat out, as if it had pierced through the void and blasted the air apart, forming a conical vacuum. Half-inch sword qi. A 9th phase middle stage disciple can actually do that. Isn't only 10th phase cultivation able to force out the sword qi? The elders were all shocked. A clanging sound like a clap of thunder exploded. A huge bell shook, and the terrifying sound of metal colliding was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone covered their ears, and a painful expression appeared on their faces. They felt dizzy, and the weaker ones even staggered a few steps. Xiao Qianfeng's indomitable sword was blocked by Yuan Wenhua. The tip of the sword pierced the middle of the sword, and a faint golden ripple exploded. The ripple quickly spread out and sparks flew. The dust on the sword platform was swept up into the sky. So strong! Yuan Wenhua was shocked. The aura of this sword was too terrifying. When he blocked it, there was actually a sharp light that pierced through his 100 refined sword and stabbed towards his chest. If he didn't use the sword qi to block it in time, he would have suffered some internal injuries. Even if he blocked it, he still felt a little stuffy in his chest. Xiao Qianfeng's expression didn't change after his indomitable sword was blocked. He leaped into the air, withdrew his sword, and swung at 360 degrees. The sword qi was swift and fierce, and like a storm it swept out. So fast! Yuan Wenhua hurriedly wielded his sword. His great skill seemed clumsy, but it was also full of sharpness. He raised his sword and directly broke through the storm of sword qi, releasing a thick sword qi that swept across the sky and slashed toward Xiao Qianfeng. The sword shattered the sword qi and shot down from the sky. It drove straight ahead, pressing forward courageously. Yuan Wenhua roared and swung his sword. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, the faint golden sword qi formed an arc and slashed toward Xiao Qianfeng. The collision between the tyrannical strength and the indomitable spirit caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to shake. The intense energy impact caused sparks to fly in all directions. The terrifying sound of the collision almost shattered the void. One was up and one was down, one was high and one was low. The two figures almost froze. In the next second, Xiao Qianfeng's figure changed, and Yuan Wenhua stood still. Countless phantoms leaped and overlapped, and countless sparks flew. One could only vaguely see two faint golden swords clashing again and again. It was dazzling. So strong. The inner disciples and many elite disciples were all shocked. So swift and fierce. Li Yi and Wang Tingo were shocked for the first time. Good. If Xiao Qianfeng can win, our Soaring Wind Courtyard will have 2 disciples enter the 4th round. The Soaring Wind Courtyard Master was secretly happy and beamed with joy. At that time, Xiao Qianfeng might have a chance to fight for the championship. As for Chu Mu, he might have a slight chance to fight for the top 3. Chu Mu didn't blink as he stared at the battle between Xiao Qianfeng and Yuan Wenhua. He was secretly surprised. After not seeing him for a few months, Xiao Qianfeng's swordsmanship has obviously improved a lot. He is no longer inferior to Yuan Wenhua. He might even have touched the threshold of the swordsmanship master realm. Retreat. Xiao Qianfeng's speed was too fast. Yuan Wenhua could only defend. He completely erupted with sword qi and focused on the 100 refined greatsword. With a shout, he slashed with all his strength. This slash seemed to be able to cut through a mountain. With a clang, Xiao Qianfeng's sword vibrated. He borrowed the force to move to Yuan Wenhua's side and slashed out. Yuan Wenhua's expression changed. He didn't have time to change his sword style. He raised his hand and pointed his finger like a sword, shooting out several sword qi. Xiao Qianfeng's sword drew a circle in the air, shattering several streaks of sword qi. As the half-inch sword light swallowed and spat out, it pierced out with a determination as if there was nowhere to escape. Not good. His scalp went numb. Yuan Wenhua's expression changed greatly as he quickly retreated. Xiao Qianfeng was like a sword coming from the west. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Unknowingly, Yuan Wenhua had already retreated to the edge of the sword discourse platform. Fight! Clenching his teeth, Yuan Wenhua held his sword with both hands. His aura was extremely domineering. He slashed from the bottom right to the top left. It was as if a rapidly flowing river was in front of him. The river was cut in half by this slash. Mid-level metal sword skill, river break. The winner is about to be decided. Chu Mu and the others' eyes twitched. Their pupils instantly shrank. Brother Yuan is about to win. The inner disciples and some elite disciples of the main palace all thought. They were overjoyed. However, Yuan Wenhua's expression changed greatly. Under this mid-level sword skill, Xiao Qianfeng disappeared. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a fierce figure appear from the side like a ghost. At the same time, a light murderous sound rang out. My sword has infinite sharpness and endless sharpness. Yuan Wenhua's scalp went numb. He suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Before he could react, he seemed to hear a slashing sound and felt a sharp pain on his neck. He saw a drop of blood flying out from the corner of his eye. Xiao Qianfeng landed on the ground. There was a trace of scarlet on the tip of his sword. There was a small wound on Yuan Wenhua's neck. Second brother actually lost. The disciples of the main palace couldn't believe it. Everyone could see that Xiao Qianfeng had held back. Otherwise, Yuan Wenhua wouldn't have suffered such a light injury. Yuan Wenhua's expression changed. In the end, he let out a breath and put away his sword. He saluted Xiao Qianfeng. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I lost this time. Thank you for holding back. But next time I will win. From now on, you can only look at my back. Xiao Qianfeng shook off the scarlet on the tip of his sword and put it back into its sheath. His tone was indifferent, but the arrogance in it was amazing. Words of appreciation. My first book was science fiction, but in fact, I like fantasy more. I like the kind of fantasy that includes all things in the world, the richness and brilliance of the universe, especially the sword. Therefore, my second book is a fantasy novel with the sword as the theme, the sword god. People who see this book title will definitely associate it with the sword god. There are even people who say that even the title is plagiarized. The content is plagiarized without even looking at it. Regarding this, I can't deny it. The Only Sword Way is a very good book, and I personally like to read it. The reason why I wrote this book is more or less because of The Only Sword Way. It is my predecessor. But speaking of which, this book title wasn't deliberately chosen, nor was it to attract attention. My original book title was The Sword God. Unfortunately, when I opened the book, this title was taken by someone else. But I didn't open the book. As a result, I couldn't find this book on the starting point, and I couldn't use this title. At that time, I was in a hurry. I wanted to quickly create the title and upload it to the review so that I could quickly ask the swordsman for votes and support. At that time, he was in a hurry and came up with a few new book titles in his head. Unable to decide, he decided to draw lots and wrote The Lone God in the Way of the Sword, The God in the Way of the Sword, The God in the Way of the Sword, and The Supreme God in the Way of the Sword. I didn't think much about it and immediately uploaded it. After I finished, I came to a realization. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, it will definitely be used to compare with the Sword God. But it's fine if it's opened. The title is one thing. As long as I work hard to learn the merits of other books, work hard to come up with ideas, enrich the plot, and make it more interesting and attractive, then it will be enough. Then, more and more people will like my book and support me. The book was uploaded from October 14th to November 24th. It took more than a month. During this time, the book's data kept increasing. It was all thanks to the support of the swordsmen. Among them, there were also many blade master friends who encouraged me, including those in the Sword Tao Master Group. I won't list out their names one by one, but I believe that when they see these words, they will understand. Now, everyone knows that authors write books because they have a dream. On the other hand, it's to make money. And once the book is on the shelves to make money, it has an inseparable relationship with subscriptions. Actually, I was very nervous, worried, and even a little scared. I was afraid that once the book was on the shelves, the subscriptions would be very poor, and it wouldn't reach its target. That kind of disappointment and blow would be in my heart. I really hope that every swordsman who likes and collects this book will be able to read the original, subscribe, and support this book. Speaking of which, just the subscription cost is actually not much. Perhaps from now on, if you subscribe every day until the end of the book, the cost will only be a few dozen RMB. In the current era, a few dozen RMB is really not much. Sometimes, a meal will cost more than a few dozen RMB. Of course, this is a call and hope from the bottom of my heart. However, I am not forcing it. After all, everyone has their own conditions, environment, and restrictions. I only hope and sincerely request that the swordsmen who like this book will support the original and subscribe to this book. Use your subscriptions to support me, encourage me, and be more enthusiastic in thinking and creating. Strive to better show the world of swordsmanship in your heart. For an author whose book is on the shelves, subscriptions are the most direct, simplest, and best support. Other things like rewards or monthly tickets are just supplementary methods. Furthermore, they're more costly. Of course, this doesn't mean that I don't want monthly tickets or rewards. If I want them, I definitely want them. However, I hope that subscriptions will be the main source of support. Do what you can and don't overspend. That way, I will feel guilty and uneasy. In the end, this speech of mine is actually just to vent my frustrations. Furthermore, it is also to thank all the swordsmen who have supported me since the start of the book. Furthermore, I implore all of you to continue supporting this book and me by subscribing. Naturally, I will do my best to write it well. I won't drag it out, and I will maintain the quality. In fact, I will strive to be even better. Also, I want to say that my writing speed is actually not that fast. However, I can guarantee that I will update at least 2 chapters a day. If I really can't do it, I will ask for leave and explain the reason to you. As for the word count of each chapter, it might be 2,000 or 3,000 words. It might even be 4,000 words. The word count cannot be determined because writing a book requires inspiration. As I write, I will run out of inspiration and the chapter will come to an end. However, if I want to forcefully increase the word count, I will have to add more words. That will make me suspect that I am cheating money. I will not do such a thing, because a swordsman is like a sword, sharp and straight. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. There is no cheating. Appeal loudly, subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Especially the subscription for the first chapter. It is even more important. I crazily beg for subscriptions. If you have monthly tickets, please give them to this book. Although it is a fantasy, I still want to have more monthly tickets. I want to try and see if I can get into the monthly tickets ranking for new books. It is good to prick the chrysanthemums of those books. Today, I will push everything aside and focus on writing. After this chapter is released to the public, the next chapter will be released to the VIP section. Let's see if I can release 3 more chapters. I hope that everyone can subscribe, and subscribe. Swordsman Samsara sinks into oblivion, salutes all the swordsmen to express his gratitude.